See 2964. See 2964. If it was the past, Qin Xiang would not consider such things, but now he felt that he would be stepping into the world-defying stage very soon, and should be considering for the future. If not, he could only cultivate world-defying holy body in the future. Right now, we are extremely safe in AOS, HI plus forest with our strength, even if we are surrounded by multiple venerable ancestor later stage S. We will not be caught unless we are poisoned. I don't think that sort of thing will ever happen again. Tang Zhongjie still had the antidote that Qin Xiang had refined for him, and the quality was much better than what he had refined himself. Now they already had a poison pill to guard against W.A. and Guo poison. Once poisoned, he only needed to eat it immediately, and the effects of the pill would be active in his body. That kind of poisonous scent would not have any effect on them. Qin Xiang nodded his head. That's right, they won't be able to succeed a second time. I think they won't be able to let this go easily. Although there are many world-defying stages in their forget-me divine race, none of them can enter this place. Once they do, their strength will not be much stronger than us. Although Qin Xiang had safely returned, he was still unwilling to let go. It was because he did not kill the purple-robed elder, and he even suspected that it was not only the purple-robed elder that had harmed him. The old woman and the middle-aged man might have been involved as well. Those people all wanted to obtain his spatial technique, even if it meant taking the risk of offending Sun Lingxing. So Qin Xiang was very sure that before long, the world-defying stage would send more people over. Old Tang, we have to guard against them more. Is there anywhere safe here? Qin Xiang asked. He felt that it would be more dangerous on the ground. Although the everlasting forest is large for the people of the venerable ancestor later stage, with their speed, they should be able to quickly search the entire forest. Moreover, their forget-me divine race has other methods to find people, so it's not easy to hide. Tang Zhongjie shook her head. But you don't have to worry as long as we are together, taking care of each other. They will not succeed in doing so. If you're going to go into closed-door cultivation, then I will guard nearby. All right, it looks like that's the only way. Qin Xiang still had to continue refining heaven and earth infinite Dan-S, as it would allow him to step into the world-defying stage. In addition, he could now use the time laws to buy him quite a bit of time. Time Ghost can turn 1 day into 1 year, and I can only turn 1 month. It looks like I have to continue working hard. Qin Xiang entered a tree cave and stood guard at the entrance. Qin Xiang entered the tree cave and continued refining his heaven and earth infinite Dan. Although he entered the tree cave the moment he entered, he immediately released his spatial protection and even released his 6 realms mirrors to protect himself. Then he entered his own divine sense sea world and released the power of time, enveloping his entire being and refining pills there. After doing all this, he was still worried. He also released several hundred heaven-devouring rat-s and scuttled around the forest. The moment someone approached him, he would be able to find out earlier than Tang Zhongjie. After the last incident, his heart was already a little shady, so his defense was very thorough. Qin Xiang's goal was to refine 100 heaven and earth infinite Dan that were refined using the 3 crash techniques. He had already refined some at the Time Ghost before, and it was not too far from his goal. After all, he could use the time laws now. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had said. Yet Qin Xiang had already stayed in the Yu Yao mountain villa for over 30 months. The Tao energy here is so dense, if we were to eat the heaven and earth infinite Dan here, the effects might be even better. When Qin Xiang entered earlier, he was already surprised by the rich Tao energy inside. Rich isn't a good thing either. If I eat the heaven and earth infinite Dan, with the speed at which the heaven and earth infinite Dan is absorbing Tao energy crazily from the outside world, it would be easy for it to be discovered. Jiang Sime said. Qin Xiang nodded his head. If you guys ate it in the Yu Yao mountain villa, it would not be too big of a commotion. You guys try it first. While Qin Xiang was refining the pellet, he would research the myriad Tao's divine arts. He chose a portion of the techniques suitable for the Mei Jing sisters to cultivate and let them cultivate. However, only Jiang Xijing had the patience to cultivate. They all had twin life arts, as long as one of them succeeded in stepping into world-defying stage. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Xijing had more patience and potential. Although Jiang Ximei was fine with it, her personality was one of impatience. Elder brother Shin, then I'll eat it now. Big sis and big sister Chiu Mu will take care of these fields. Jiang Xijing took the heaven and earth infinite Dan that Chen Xiang gave him and then entered a secret room. Chen Xiang gave Jiang Xijing more than half of the heaven and earth infinite Dan. Previously, he was extremely anxious to get into the world-defying stage, but now he was somewhat hesitant because he still wanted to stay in the forest. If one stepped into the world-defying stage, continuing to stay in this forest would cause one's cultivation to regress. In the end, he decided to give it a try first, whether or not he could let Mei Jing sisters and Long Chumu enter the world-defying stage. If they could, he wouldn't have anything to worry about, even if he was needed outside. I hope the world-defying stage divine mausoleum can open it quickly. I just need to go inside and take a look. Chen Xiang also wanted to know the secret to cultivating the primordial divine body. This way he would be able to directly reach this peak in the future. In the remaining time, he continued to refine heaven and earth infinite Dan S. At this time, he had made great progress. He was able to progress to the fourth crash. He felt that he would only need to eat 50 to 60 pills to break through. Even if it was given to Long Chumu to eat, he would still have a lot left. Chen Xiang had already been in closed-door cultivation for 2 months, and that was only outside time. On the other hand, several years had already passed, said since he came out of Yao Mountain Villa. She had cultivated for such a long time. She most likely had a chance of entering the world-defying stage. Chiu Mu, once Xijing comes out, it's your turn to go in. Chen Xiang gave Long Chumu some heaven and earth infinite Dan. What about you? You aren't going to continue forging? Long Chumu was also excited at this moment. She couldn't wait to step into world-defying stage. There's something going on outside. I have to go out and take a look. If too many fellows from Forget Me divine race come, he might not be able to handle it. Chen Xiang said the heaven-devouring rat he released outside saw a few black-clothed men sneaking in. They were obviously not from inside the forest. Chen Xiang walked out of the tree cave and was drinking with a few elders. When he saw Chen Xiang coming out, he shouted anxiously, "Brat, you're finally out of seclusion." Before this, Chen Xiang knew that there would be people coming to find Tang Zhongjie from time to time, and these were all Tang Zhongjie's friends, so he walked over with a smile. However, he was a little worried in his heart, because the heaven-devouring rat he released was revealing more and more black-clothed men. C. 2965 C. 2965 Tang Zhongjie saw that Chen Xiang's expression was strange, and anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Xiang frowned. "A group of black-clothed men are coming over. If I'm not mistaken, they're the ones who sent them." The black-clothed man and the large group of people were all walking towards him. When Tang Zhongjie heard this, he was sure that the Forget-Me divine race had finally sent people over. "Everyone, let's split up," Tang Zhongjie said. He had obviously told his friends before. Soon, his friends left in several different directions. "Chen Xiang, let's go as well," Tang Zhongjie said. Chen Xiang shook his head. "If we do not resolve this matter, we will definitely not be at peace here. Right now, we need to first figure out how they determined that I am here." Chen Xiang had always been suspicious about this matter. Previously, when he was sneakily attacked, the other party had already determined his position, which was why he was able to get his hands on the treasure. Thus, he had to find out. Only in this way would he be able to avoid it. "Old Tang, leave first. I'm planning on sneaking an attack on them." After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he immediately turned invisible. So far, there were more than 20 black-clothed men who had discovered his heaven-devouring rat. So these black-clothed men must all be venerable ancestor later stage S with decent strength. If not for Chun Xiang's heaven-devouring rat being able to see things at night, he would have very likely discovered them. The black-clothed man was extremely fast. When the heaven-devouring rat had discovered them, they were still very far away, but now they were gradually approaching. Although Tang Zhongjie was close to death and had decent strength, it was still possible to fight against the black-clothed men. However, Chun Xiang prevented him from parting. 1p aiding in the battle and allowed him to leave quickly. After Chun Xiang used the counterpower to conceal himself, he had completely hidden himself and Tang Zhongjie had already fled far away. They stopped? Is it because I have completely hidden myself? Using the heaven-devouring rat S, Chun Xiang discovered that the black-clothed men had suddenly stopped and began to make guesses in his heart. At the same time, he was also plussing towards the black-clothed men. He must get rid of these men in black clothes and let Forget-Me divine race know how powerful he was. I wonder how strong these men in black are. When Chun Xiang got closer, he was still a little hesitant. After all, the other party had been sent by the Forget-Me divine race, and the Forget-Me divine race's world-defying stage already knew his background. They knew his strength, so they would definitely not send some weak people over. The Forget-Me divine race would definitely send out a very powerful, venerable ancestor, later stage, to capture him. After nearing it, Chun Xiang became even more careful. Even though he was hidden, he could not completely hide himself. The Sun Lingxing from before and Tang Zhongjie could both discover him. We've been discovered. When Chun Xiang got closer, he saw through the heaven-devouring rat-s that the black-clothed men who were hovering in the forest suddenly became very cautious. They all took out their weapons, which were black long blades that emitted a threatening, killing intent. They must have sensed Chun Xiang coming closer, so they were prepared to fight. Fortunately, not all of the 20 or so black-clad men were gathered together. All of them were in groups of 2 or 3, with some distance between them. Even if you could discover me, it would be useless. When Chun Xiang got closer, he controlled a few heaven-devouring rat-s to suddenly jump out of the forest, making quite a few movements. After the 3 men in black noticed him, they immediately gave chase. At the same time, Chun Xiang quietly teleported behind them. The extremely sharp heavenly magic sword in his hand was injected with extremely strong spirit qi, causing the heavenly magic sword to become even more tyrannical. Combined with the demurdering sword techniques, he was able to decapitate the 3 black-clothed men in an instant. Then, with a few quick sword attacks, they exterminated their bodies and sealed their heads inside the 6 realms mirrors. After taking down the 3 black-clothed men, Chun Xiang immediately used soul-absorbing devil spell on the 6 realms mirrors, engulfing the black-clothed men's memories. Chun Xiang found what he wanted to know from their memories. These guys can actually use this kind of demonic technique. Chun Xiang found him when the other party found out about it. Inside the Forget-Me divine race, there was an extremely mystical method that allowed people to sense where Chun Xiang was. It seemed to be somewhat similar to the method in the 6 realms time and SPAC door. Because it was too profound, these black-clothed men didn't know the principles behind this technique. And before they came, an elder who had used a secret art like this to refine their souls. It seems like they used my aura to determine my location. As long as I let even a little of my aura out, they would immediately know where I am. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. He had leaked a lot of spirit qi now, so the few men in black quickly rushed over. These naive fellows! Chun Xiang sneered in his heart, then summoned all the heaven-devouring rat back. He injected his power into all of them, and then had hundreds of them run all over the forest. Just as Chun Xiang had guessed, those black-clothed men were immediately stunned, because they suddenly had a lot of targets, and they were all very active as they ran all over the place. At this point of time, they had no way of ascertaining Chun Xiang's location. These guys are only here to check if I'm still here. They just need to confirm. Now it seems that they have already confirmed it, and from now on, they will send some of their so-called Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor-S to deal with me. At this time, Chun Seong began to counterattack. When he encountered those black-clothed men, he killed them one by one and fed them to the rats. Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor is the strongest Venerable Ancestor realm in the entire Forget-Me divine race. It is said that all of them are people who have only half a foot into the world-defying stage. They are just a bit away from cultivating to the world-defying soul and the primordial, profound body. They are all extremely extraordinary fellows. From the memories of the black-clothed men, Chun Seong knew that the Forget-Me divine race was vigorously cultivating this kind of powerful, venerable ancestor realm. He had cultivated these people's 6 souls and the myriad Tao's golden body to the extreme, and was very close to the world-defying soul and the prideful, profound body. If they were willing to put in a little more effort to push it, this group of people would very likely be able to step into the world-defying stage, and they would even be able to become a true world-defying stage who possessed the world-defying soul and an unrivaled, profound body. Of course, this group wouldn't necessarily succeed. It wouldn't be easy to enter the world-defying stage. But once they succeed, then it would be a very strong world-defying stage. Chun Seong knew from the black-clothed man's memories that Sun Lingxing was originally also Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor, and that after she comprehended it herself, she would be able to cultivate the world-defying soul. Now that she could cultivate an arrogant, profound body, her strength would greatly increase. There are actually 3 branches in the Forget-Me divine race: Sun, Zhou, and W, A, and G. They are also very complicated. Although Chun Seong had AS simulated the memories of the black-clothed man, the black-clothed man did not have a lot of understanding of Forget-Me divine race. In merely a single night, those black-clothed men had all been killed by Chun Seong. However, at this moment, his heart was still very heavy. He was considering whether or not to leave this place, because the Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor who came to capture him was extremely terrifying. C. 2966. C. 2966 Chun Seong did not know when the Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor would come, and even until dawn, he had not gone to find Tang Zhongjie. At this moment, he was still hesitating whether he should go and spar with the Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor. If it was 1 or 2, he felt that he could deal with them. However, if it was a large group, he had no confidence. From the memories of the black-clothed man, he knew that the 3 clans in Forget-Me divine race were able to cultivate a group of such Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor. It was morning, and the sun was SHI plus Ning inside the forest. Chun Seong said, "Let's stay and take a look. I don't believe that they are really that powerful." Chun Seong was wandering around in the forest. He did not go to the location of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. He did not want to cause a huge battle there. The Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor came faster than he had expected. It was just that at dawn they arrived. Although there was only 1 person, his aura was extremely terrifying. It's really strong. Chun Seong clenched his fists. He was already prepared to fight. In a short while, the Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor arrived in front of him. What Chun Seong did not expect was that Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor was actually a handsome man wearing a luxurious gold robe. He looked heroic and overbearing, with an evil smile on his lips. "Come back with me." The man smiled faintly. "If that's the case, neither of us will have to put in effort. What a good ending. You are the one who is relaxed. When I go back, I will definitely be tortured to death by those old fellows." Laughed coldly, the Forget-Me divine race knew that he was strong, but he had only sent 1 Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor. In other words, they had a lot of confidence in the Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor, or perhaps gave this man in front of them a powerful divine tool or the like. As long as you cooperate, that won't happen. Our clan's elders are quite easy to talk to. The golden-robed man smiled. As long as you obediently hand over your spatial technique to us, I guarantee that you'll be able to leave our forget-me divine race safe and sound. You want a spatial cultivation technique. Even if your entire family kneels and begs me, I still won't give you ASTARDS a chance. The heavenly alchemy emperor seal had already appeared in Qin Xiang's hand. Then I can only work a bit harder. The golden-robed man smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly a golden light flashed. Qin Xiang had never expected that after being enveloped by the golden light, his entire body would be pierced through, as if his entire body was pierced through by the golden light. Although his body was in pain, Qin Xiang could still endure it. He immediately teleported away to avoid the enemy's next fierce attack. Sure enough, after he teleported, he saw the golden-robed man's hands wildly dance as they shot out golden beams of light. These golden beams of light were extremely terrifying. The trees that were struck by this golden light were instantly reduced to golden mist. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding hundreds of miles were empty. All the trees had disappeared. Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor, you really do have some strength. Qin Xiang had already used counterpower to conceal himself. This trick is useless to me. He had already realized that Qin Xiang was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined, especially since Qin Xiang knew about the power of SPAC and could always teleport away to avoid his attacks. No matter if it was strength or speed, he had reached the peak of Venerable Ancestor realm. He was only slightly weaker than Qin Xiang, who even knew how to use spatial power. Looks like this is the only way. The golden-robed man suddenly took out a ball of light and threw it into the air. The ball of light exploded in the air for a moment before a huge net suddenly appeared, covering the entire area and forming a huge golden light barrier. The giant net that was emitting a golden light gradually closed, bringing with it a wave of oppressive pressure. It was extremely powerful. Is this the power of the world-defying stage? Qin Xiang was shocked in his heart. That power made him feel fear. He immediately used the white tiger's jump in an attempt to jump out of the web, but it was unable to pierce through the energy. The powerful energy actually caused the SPAC to become extremely stable and even had the ability to absorb the energy. No wonder he was so confident. So it turns out that he has such a powerful item in his hands. Qin Xiang saw that the giant net was tightening and that he was right in the middle of it. If he couldn't run out, he would be caught sooner or later. This is a world-defying artifact. You can't handle it. The golden-robed man was extremely proud. Right now, both of his hands were holding 2 golden beads. These 2 pearls released 2 beams of light, which linked up with a huge web. After Qin Xiang saw it, his eyes brightened, and he said in his heart, "The world-defying artifact should be very scary and requires a lot of power to activate. The 2 pearls in this guy's hands should contain the power of a world-defying stage ranker, so he can activate this huge net, and as long as I cut off the energy source of this net, I will be able to free myself. All right, then, I'll give it a try." Qin Xiang immediately controlled the heaven-devouring rat outside to jump over. In just an instant, over 1,000 heaven-devouring rat rushed over from all directions. Although these heaven-devouring rat only had the power of the early stage of the Venerable Ancestor realm, and although they were extremely weak in front of the Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor, they still had another strong ability, which was to devour. The golden-robed man did not expect that so many rats would suddenly jump out. Furthermore, they were not weak. After they flew up, they exploded on their own, causing no small amount of energy shock waves, causing him to be teared and panicked. At this moment, he was covered by the heaven-devouring rat that was constantly self-destructing. Being covered by BLS of explosion, he was unable to see Qin Xiang, but he could feel the 2 golden beads in his hands releasing its energy. The golden net would absorb the energy released by the golden bead, so he was not worried. When the golden-robed man was distracted, Qin Xiang controlled the 200 more heaven-devouring rat to devour the golden light beams released by the 2 golden pearls. The heaven-devouring rat did not let Qin Xiang down. In just an instant, it had cut off the power of the golden pearl that was released, stopping the golden net from absorbing the power of the world. Very quickly, the golden light from the golden net disappeared. Without the oppressing force, Qin Xiang immediately used the white tiger to jump onto the net in the middle. In the center of the giant net, there was a bead at the top. Qin Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and stored the bead inside, then threw out the heavenly alchemy emperor seal. The golden-robed man finally shook all the rats away, but he was stupefied. The giant golden net and Qin Xiang were both gone, and just as he was panicking, a violent wave of heavenly alchemy immortal power enveloped him. Boo! Oh. The heavenly alchemy emperor seal erupted with a roar, flickering with 6 colored clouds that pressured towards the golden-clothed man with a power that shook the world. Ah! The golden-robed man could not help but scream out, because when the heavenly alchemy emperor seal pressed down, the resulting energy was currently tearing apart his body and soul. The giant seal fell to the ground, shattering the soul. The golden-clothed man's body and soul, along with the shockwave created by the giant seal as it hit the ground, swept through the entire forest. C. 2967. C. 2967 AOS. H. I. Plus forest had always been peaceful. Now that there was such a big commotion, all the old guys hiding inside were alarmed. Those who were brave immediately ran over to take a look. Not long after Qin Xiang left, there were a few dozen elders floating in the air, looking down at the forest that was growing and recovering quickly. What the H-E-L is this guy? He actually fought like this. Yeah, it's been a long time since there's such a commotion. I feel like there's only us guys who have such strength. Could it be that we've just arrived? Even the world-defying artifact have appeared. Could it be that he used the world-defying stage divine power orb to activate the world-defying artifact to fight? Only the Forget-Me divine race will have world-defying artifact. It should be the Forget-Me divine race. There's still some of their chi left, but it seems like they have been killed. Who is it? There's going to be a good show. The Forget-Me divine race and other Emperor stage venerable ancestor will definitely come in one by one. Hee. Who exactly is the Forget-Me divine race heated up? He actually ate so much that even his world-defying artifact was killed by someone else. That fellow is also incredible. Qin Xiang, who was far away from the battlefield, heard the conversation of these rankers through the heaven-devouring rat hiding in the vicinity. He was secretly surprised. He never thought that there were actually so many old fellows in the AOSHI plus forest, and it seemed like he did not even have any good impressions of the Forget-Me divine race S. Furthermore, the trees in the forest were very strange. They had already been destroyed during the battle, but now they were regrowing again. Even the soil that was blown away by the battle chi was gradually recovering. It was just that not long after, the battlefield, which was riddled with wounds just now, had already changed to its original state. It was impossible for Qin Xiang to see how much damage had been done, which made Qin Xiang very surprised. Fortunately, these heaven-devouring rat could still be nurtured from the dragon beast. As long as he infused enough energy into the dragon beast rat emperor beads, it would be able to give birth to a steady stream of heaven-devouring rat. The heaven-devouring rat had given him a lot of convenience, so he continued to release the heaven-devouring rat to investigate the yellow rank ancestors. Those fellows will definitely return. They have lost a world-defying artifact, an emperor stage venerable ancestor. We might have to send out more powerful forces, so it's unlikely that someone will deal with me alone. Qin Xiang thought. The world-defying artifact was not of much use to him right now, because he was unable to activate it. He would need the world-defying stage divine power to activate it. I don't know when it will come, but I have to be on guard. Qin Xiang was a little depressed at the moment. He also wanted to try out that world-defying artifact, but he couldn't step into the world-defying stage yet. Yes, if Sijing and the others stepped into the world-defying stage, they would be able to obtain the world-defying stage divine power and directly provide it to me. That way, I would be able to use that world-defying artifact. Qin Xiang was now really looking forward to the moment Jiang Sijing stepped into the world-defying stage. The fact that Jiang Sijing had stepped into the world-defying stage meant that Jiang Simei would be coming soon, and then would be Long Qiumu. If Long Qiumu managed to cultivate to world-defying stage, her strength would definitely increase. After all, she had a lot of experience in battles. Qin Xiang was currently hiding inside the tree cave and was using the counterpower to conceal himself. As long as he did not emit his aura, the Emperor's stage venerable ancestor would not be able to sense him. I wonder how old Tang is doing. Don't look for him for now. Qin Xiang planned to wait inside till the world-defying stage divine mausoleum opened, and then go see Tang Zhongjie. When Tang Zhongjie was with his friends at this time, he had already heard that Qin Xiang had defeated Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor, and even Nat had away the world-defying artifact in Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor's hands. This made him extremely happy, and he could only silently hope that Qin Xiang could smoothly pass through the Forget-Me Divine Race's chase. After a few days, Qin Xiang, who was hiding in the tree cave, suddenly plus Verad, his heaven-devouring rat, sensed a few extremely terrifying auras. They were already close to the type that belonged to world-defying stage. If he was not sure that the world-defying stage was unable to enter the everlasting forest, he would have thought that the auras were released by the world-defying stage warriors. Their speed is beautiful. My heaven-devouring rat can't even see their figures. Qin Xiang was even more surprised. Could he be heading towards me? Although the heaven-devouring rat could not see the experts flying at high speeds, it could sense that they were heading towards him. However, he also felt that it was impossible because he had obviously concealed his aura. Even if the other party had that secret technique, they would definitely not be able to discover him. Do they have other secret skills? Qin Xiang could only guess. After all, there were those in the Forget-Me Divine Race who knew how to use the Heaven Extended Method S. He flew out of the tree hole. The moment he flew out, he sensed that the auras were nearby. So powerful are they really from world-defying stage. Qin Xiang felt a tinge of fear in his heart, but he then suddenly teleported. Just as he teleported, he sensed a scorching qi at the place he was previously at, following which a wave of flames surged towards him. A large portion of the trees in the everlasting forest were enveloped in flames, and Qin Xiang was right in that area just now. Qin Xiang turned his head to look at the raging flames and couldn't help but plus Ver in his heart. If he was the one at the center of the flames earlier and was struck like this, he wasn't sure if he would have been able to withstand it. At this moment, he heard another rumbling sound, accompanied by waves of violent thunder and lightning aura. They didn't notice that I had already left, so they made their second attack. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. The people Forget-Me Divine Race had sent were extremely powerful. Not good, they're coming. Qin Xiang didn't know why, but the other party would always be able to discover him. He immediately teleported away and quickly left the area. Just like before, just as he left the place where he was previously, it was met with a thunderous barrage of attacks. Luckily, this forest was able to quickly restore itself. Otherwise, the entire forest would be destroyed. Qin Xiang was currently teleporting away non-stop, not daring to stay where he was. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Although the old men in the forest were surprised, they did not find it strange. They seemed to already know that someone had offended Forget-Me Divine Race and was currently being chased by him with all their might. There are actually 7 of them. Moreover, they are all very close to each other, so they should be able to pinpoint my location. I can't sneak attack them at all, and their own defenses are very solid as well. Qin Xiang could be considered to have met his match this time. The late-stage ancestors are truly frightening, each of them possessing such powerful strength. Just what background does this forget-me divine race have? C. 2968. C. 2968 Qinxiang could not retaliate at all. Unless the opponent was alone, he would not be able to win against so many opponents. Do we have to keep on running like this? Qinxiang found it hard to understand that his position had still been discovered by the other party. Even if he wasn't discovered, with the opponent's strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat these 7 strong people. Qinxiang had already used 2 of his teleportation abilities to dodge. Although it did not exhaust him, it gave him no pressure, and he did not dare to leave Aoos HI plus forest, as he did not know what was waiting for him outside. Mother asterisk her, forget-me divine race is really going too far. Qinxiang could only stall for time. When Jiang Xijing stepped into the world-defying stage, he would be able to provide him with world-defying stage divine power, and then he would be able to use that prideful G.O.D. With this, he felt that dealing with the 7 powerful, venerable ancestor realm would be much easier. However, when he was constantly teleporting, he suddenly felt that the aura around him was different. CRAP. It was only then that Qinxiang suddenly realized that he had entered a trap set up by an enemy. A gigantic divine formation, filled with spirit grain, appeared below him. The moment the divine formation activated, Qinxiang felt a mysterious force attack him, preventing him from controlling the power within his body. At this moment, a purple-colored giant suddenly descended, enveloping him. We've finally caught him. It's all thanks to the proud array disc that the elder gave us that we were able to catch him. A man dressed in purple came up to Qinxiang. Qinxiang was standing on the array disc. The array disc was releasing its light. His body was also covered by a purple light. The thunder power that he was constantly releasing was extremely powerful, causing his entire body to feel numb. He was unable to use any spirit chi. It was clear that this was another world-defying artifact. UBASTARDS really want to capture me that much? Qinxiang was trying to think of a way to get rid of this seal, and he wasn't willing to be taken just like that. Humph, you brought this upon yourself. This time, you are dead for sure. You actually killed one of our Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor. Don't you know that all of our Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor S are very important figures in our clan? The man sneered. Just as Qinxiang was about to die with them, a white light suddenly shot over. Qinxiang felt that this chi was extremely familiar, and he could not help but be shocked, not daring to believe it. Sun Lingxingyu, why are you here? A purple-robed man shouted in surprise. If not for the man, Qinxiang would never have dared to believe that Sun Lingxing would actually be here. Sun Lingxing was from World Defying Stage. The people from World Defying Stage would retreat once they enter here. But Sun Lingxing was still here. I just want to know how many dirty things you've done. It was indeed Sun Lingxing. At this moment, she was dressed in simple white and instantly appeared in front of Qinxiang. With a light wave of her jade hand, the purple light enveloping Qinxiang's body was also lifted. And the array disc below Qinxiang's feet had lost its light. It stopped moving, and Qinxiang could now use Dao energy. How did you get in? The man in purple retreated a few steps, and the other 6 people in purple also retreated with faces full of shock. They all knew how strong Sun Lingxing was, and they knew that he was definitely not someone they could deal with. After Sun Lingxing stepped into the world-defying stage, although she held a high position in there, she did not normally bother with clan affairs. Instead, she spent a lot of time cultivating in seclusion, so she did not know about many things. The last time Qinxiang killed a branch family of a forget-me divine race, she knew that the forget-me divine race she was in had many shady affairs. At that time, she still believed more in Qinxiang's words, but now he was even more certain of it. Her eldest uncle and aunt wanted to obtain Qinxiang's spatial cultivation technique and did not hesitate to send their Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor to capture Qinxiang. How I came in had nothing to do with you. Sun Lingxing's expression was currently ice-cold, and her tone carried a faint killing intent, causing the few purple-clothed men to tremble in fear. Qin Xiang took out her heavenly magic sword and was about to rush forward to attack, but she was stopped by Sun Lingxing's jade hands. "Don't go over. Leave this to me," Sun Lingxing said in a low voice. Qin Xiang gnashed his teeth as he glared at the purple-clothed men, and then decided not to make a move for the time being. Seriously, he couldn't beat these mysterious and powerful purple-clothed men right now. "Considering that you are all-important divine grade venerable ancestor S of my clan, I will release you this time. Go back and tell me about the Sun Clan's elders and clan leader. Just like them, I, Sun Lingxing, won't be going for a long time. They lied to me for so long, I'm very angry," Sun Lingxing said. "Hurry up and F***K off." After Sun Lingxing finished, the few men in purple quickly left the place. "Follow me," Sun Lingxing said softly to Qin Xiang before gracefully flying into the air. Qin Xiang was a little unhappy in his heart because Sun Lingxing had let the 7 purple-robed men go, but he could only follow Sun Lingxing now. If not for Sun Lingxing this time, he didn't know how he would have escaped danger. The reason Sun Lingxing came to save Qin Xiang was also to make up for the mistake she made that day. After all, she was the one who leaked the news that Qin Xiang possessed immense spatial power, causing the elders of her clan to covet her and caused Qin Xiang to cause trouble. That day, when Qin Xiang left, she had already decided to investigate this matter secretly, and it turned out to be the truth. Her uncle and a few elders of the world-defying stage had indeed concealed it from her and captured Qin Xiang in order to force Qin Xiang to hand over his spatial technique. Qin Xiang followed Sun Lingxing to a big tree and entered into a tree hole. Inside the tree hole was a staircase that led to a secret underground room. He followed Sun Lingxing to a very deep underground stone room. Although it was underground, it was not humid, and it was very warm with a warm yellow light. "They won't find us here." Sun Lingxing pointed to a stone chair and softly said, "Sit." After Qin Xiang sat down, he asked curiously, "How long have you been here?" "This underground cave is not made recently." At the moment, they were in the hall, and here Qin Xiang could see several stone doors. There should be a few other stone rooms. "When I was still not the world-defying stage, I often entered here, and only I know of it. Furthermore, there is a formation array that can stop our clan's ghost elders from using all kinds of incantations to track us." Sun Lingxing let out a light sigh and said, "That day when you were captured and went to sleep, their hair was taken away by them. That's what was needed to use the tracing mantra, so they knew where you were." C 2969. C 2969. These be ASTARDS. They actually cut my hair without my permission. Qin Xiang curled his lips. "Sooner or later, I'll have to cut off his head to take revenge." She could feel Qin Xiang's anger, and at that time, when she had ascertained what Qin Xiang had done, she was also very angry in her heart. It was hard for her to imagine that an elder she had spent so much time with was actually going all out against others for the sake of cultivating techniques. "Oh, right, how did you come in? Weren't you from world-defying stage?" Qin Xiang said he was also extremely curious about this matter. "I'm not anymore." Sun Lingxing faintly sighed. "This is all to make up for my own mistakes. Fortunately, I was able to save you in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to forgive myself." Qin Xiang was stunned. He could not imagine that Sun Lingxing would sacrifice so much to save him. He was shocked in his heart, but he was also excited about it. "Since this has nothing to do with you, then I'll forgive you." Sun Lingxing had done this, and even saved him, so there was nothing he could do. "This is nothing. I can cultivate once more at any time. On one hand, I came here to save you, and on the other hand, I wanted to see what exactly is inside world-defying stage divine mausoleum." Sun Lingxing said, "I have been in the world-defying stage for a while, but improving is extremely difficult, and rumors say that there is a method to train in the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. It can allow people to train in it even faster. There is indeed such a rumor. I have been staying here all this time because I wanted to go in and take a look. Qinxiang said, "Otherwise, if I leave, those fellows won't be able to do anything to me." Qinxiang felt that if he left this area, the Forget-Me divine race would definitely not chase after him. "Then stay here for the time being. If you want to leave this underground palace, you must go with me. Although you are strong, you are still not a match for the few days of divine grade venerable ancestor. Even I do not have the confidence to defeat them." Sun Lingxing said, "No wonder you didn't let me fight back then. So it turns out you can't beat them yourself." Qinxiang had lost all of his cultivation and was no longer part of world-defying stage. Facing the few powerful divine grade venerable ancestor, he did not have much confidence. Those are all divine grade venerable ancestor S. They're much stronger than the emperor stage venerable ancestor S you met before. Sun Lingxing said, "In our Sun family, there are only 10 divine grade venerable ancestor S, but now 7 have come. Furthermore, all of them came prepared, and all of them were supported by the clan elders, and all of them have world-defying artifact S in their hands. If it's 1 or 2, you should be able to handle them, but 7, even if you join hands with me, you would still have no chance of winning." Qinxiang asked, "Are they really that powerful?" Sun Lingxing said, "They all have 10 world-defying stage divine power orbs in their bodies, and these 10 world-defying stage divine power orbs have been infused into their bodies for many years already. Once they use up all their world-defying stage divine power S, the clan elders of the world-defying stage will help them fill them up. Do you know how powerful they are now?" No wonder. Qinxiang finally understood why those few guys had the powerful aura of the world-defying stage on them. Thinking about it now, his hair stood on end. Qinxiang was very clear about his own strength. Against opponents of the same level, even a few would be unable to defeat him, and against those of the same level, divine grade venerable ancestor S only needed 2 to take him down. They will soon know that my cultivation has regressed, and that they will come again. Sun Lingxing said, "My cultivation has regressed, and is of no value in their eyes, so if they see me again, they will definitely kill me." So cruel! Qinxiang was surprised. After all, Sun Lingxing had great potential. It's that cruel. In their eyes, your spatial cultivation technique is many times more valuable than mine. Sun Lingxing was a little helpless, but she seemed to have already seen through the situation. That's right, if they put the pearl in their own bodies, would it have any effects? Qinxiang also wanted to try and see if he could put the world-defying stage divine power orb in his body to let him have a strong world-defying stage divine power. Their goal in merging the world-defying stage divine power beads into their bodies was not to control the powerful world-defying stage divine power, but to allow them to cultivate either a world-defying soul or an unparalleled, profound body. This was their initial goal, but later on they realized that after fusing with their body for a period of time, their control over the world-defying stage divine power was very good. Sun Lingxing said, then they decided to choose the 10 people with the greatest potential from the Emperor stage venerable ancestor and let them integrate into the world-defying stage divine power orb. At first, it was a pellet, but after that it continued to increase. Finally, it had to bear the limit of 10 world-defying stage divine power pearls. This allowed them to use a little bit of the world-defying stage divine power to control world-defying artifact. If you do not have the world-defying stage divine power, defeating them would be extremely difficult. Qinxiang felt that he would also have world-defying stage divine power soon. At that time, once the Meijing sisters makes a breakthrough, he would also want to try and see if he can directly borrow world-defying stage divine power from the Meijing sisters and the others to use. He felt that if he used the world-defying stage divine power to release the world-defying God fire, it would become even stronger and help him increase his strength. My world-defying God fire should also be a part of the world-defying stage divine power. Chun Xiang thought in his heart. Spirit Star, have you heard of world-defying God fire? Chun Xiang still did not understand the world-defying God fire enough. Of course, there are 3 clans in the Forget-Me divine race, other than me, who has a total of nearly 20 world-defying stage S, training and producing world-defying God fire are the direction that they are working hard towards right now. World-defying God fire belongs to a type of force that is very different from normal flames. The force can't be seen, so world-defying God fire can't see it. Sun Lingxing said. Chun Xiang could release world-defying God fire, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough. Only by using the world-defying stage divine power to activate it would he become a true world-defying God fire. Chun Xiang planned to think about how he could use an even stronger world-defying stage divine power in terms of cultivation. He felt that if he used it well, he might even be able to kill off world-defying stage. In next to no time, he had a direction. He felt that he could use the art of refining to forcefully refine the world-defying stage divine power, make the world-defying stage divine mausoleum stronger, and then refine a world-defying stage divine power pellet. When he needed to use the world-defying stage divine power, he would eat 1 pellet. I just need to wait for sieging to break through. At that time, I can give it a try. Chun Xiang's hands suddenly started to itch. He wanted to try right now, but he did not have the world-defying stage divine power. C. 2970. C. 2970 Sun Lingxing let Chun Xiang choose a stone room here. Then she left the underground palace to go outside and investigate the situation. Right now, she also needed to grasp the movements of the elders in the Forget-Me divine race in a timely manner. Chun Xiang was not worried about her. Although Sun Lingxing had lost her cultivation, she was still very strong. So Chun Xiang felt that she was hiding something. This woman definitely has that kind of world-defying stage divine power pearl on her body. Chun Xiang thought there must be quite a few. She might even have a way to turn her Tao energy into world-defying stage divine power and store it inside the world-defying stage divine power orb. Chun Xiang had once belonged to the world-defying stage and had stayed in the world-defying stage for a long time. Now that she had decided to enter this forest, she would definitely be well prepared and might even be able to use the world-defying stage divine power technique inside. Whatever, as long as sieging steps into the world-defying stage, I can still use the powerful world-defying stage divine power. Chun Xiang was secretly refining the everlasting pellet in the stone room. He felt that he had nothing better to do at the moment, not to mention when he was refining, he could shorten the time by using the time laws. Chun Xiang had concocted for a few months and had ACCU, Mulat a lot of earth, limitless pill. Although he couldn't step into the world-defying stage here, he still ate a lot of earth, limitless pill. He was still a distance away from world-defying stage, so consuming the earth limitless pill would allow him to increase his strength even more. For example, in terms of his physical body, would allow him to be stronger, and the 6 beasts inside the 6 souls would also be stronger. The myriad Tao's divine arts are powerful indeed. As long as I have enough earthen, limitless pill, my cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Chun Xiang had cultivated for more than a month, so he could even more clearly sense the impressiveness of the myriad Tao's divine arts. He had spent more than 6 months refining pills and cultivating, but only 6 months had Pa S said outside, "Go out and see if that woman is back yet." Chun Xiang did not know when Jiang Sijing would make a breakthrough, as it had been a long time since then. He could not wait any longer, and wanted to quickly refine the world-defying stage divine power pellet. So he decided to ask Sun Lingxing if he had any world-defying stage divine power pearls in his hands. When he walked out of the secret room, he saw Sun Lingxing sitting on a chair, one hand on her forehead. Her expression was haggard and haggard. Her beautiful face was pale white, and she gave off a very weak feeling. "Spirit Star, what happened to you?" Chun Xiang anxiously asked. He walked over and realized that Sun Lingxing's profound spirit qi was extremely thin. "He's injured," Sun Lingxing said softly before sighing. "I did not expect that the 3 clans would actually join hands and try to capture me. Fortunately, I was able to make it back in time." "Why? Aren't you of no value to them? Why would they bother to capture you?" Chun Xiang did not understand. Sun Lingxing did not answer. She only shook her head. Obviously, there were some things that she did not want to tell Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang secretly guessed that Sun Lingxing might have obtained something very important in the Forget-Me divine race, which was why the 3 clans had teamed up to capture her. "Aren't you going to take a break?" Although he was currently with Sun Lingxing, the relations H.I. plus P between the two wasn't really that close. "It's fine, I'll just sit here for a while." "You must not go out. The divine grade venerable ancestor from the 3 clans are searching for us in the forest." Sun Lingxing said, "They have already set you as their target. Your S.P.A.C. will be extremely enticing to them." Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, "These guys are bandits, relying on their own strength to plunder others' things. Once I become stronger, I will definitely exterminate all of them." "It's not that easy. They are also waiting for the world-defying stage divine mausoleum to open." Sun Lingxing shook his head. "They won't get a chance to go in." Chun Xiang snorted. The Forget-Me divine race chasing after him made him feel a lot of humiliation, making him unable to run up the stairs. "Spirit Star, do you have the world-defying stage divine power orb?" Chun Xiang asked. "You must have kept some for yourself." "Yes, but I have used up all the world-defying stage divine power inside, so I need to. It will take some time to gather," Sun Lingxing said. This was exactly what Chun Xiang had guessed previously. Sun Lingxing knew how to condense the world-defying stage divine power. She was only at the venerable ancestor later stage level of cultivation right now. "Can you teach me how to condense world-defying stage divine power?" Chun Xiang asked anxiously. "As long as we have the world-defying stage divine power, I do not need to be afraid of them. There are so many of them, and all of them have fused with the world-defying stage divine power orb. I'm not their opponent because it is not fair in the first place. I would like to teach you, but only I can use this method," Sun Lingxing said. "This is mainly because my physique is different. I am born with a prideful divine body, so even though I am not a world-defying stage, I can still condense world-defying stage divine power, but it will take a bit longer. There's actually such a thing, the prideful divine body." Chun Xiang didn't really understand the primordial divine body, but he knew how to be very powerful. "Yes, that's also why they caught me. They seem to be afraid of something. Afraid that I will enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum." Sun Lingxing frowned slightly. "Before this, they always told me that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum was extremely terrifying and told me not to go near it. Before I stepped into the world-defying stage, they always sent people to drive me. After I stepped into the world-defying stage, they were very relieved because they thought that I would not enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. After all, no one would be willing to give up on the cultivation level of the world-defying stage." When Chun Xiang heard about this, he was extremely curious. It was very normal for Sun Lingxing to have such suspicions. Now, Chun Xiang felt that the Forget-Me divine race was also afraid of Sun Lingxing entering the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. "Spirit Star, if you want to investigate the situation outside, you don't need to leave by yourself." Chun Xiang released more than 100 rats. Sun Lingxing saw that many mice had suddenly appeared and frowned. "These aren't normal mice, right? His physical body looks pretty strong." Of course, this is not an ordinary mouse. This is called a rat devourer. It's very powerful. I'll teach you how to use it now. She didn't think that this type of rat would not only have a strong body, but its speed was also extremely fast. Its concealment ability was also very strong, and it could even become bigger. If you have an extra world-defying stage divine power, you can try and see if it can strengthen these mice. These 100+ are all I give you. Sun Lingxing was extremely grateful, and she released more than 10 of them. She greatly valued these rats, as she had never seen such a good thing before. C. 2971. C. 2971 Qinxiang had a lot of heaven-devouring rat, but these 100 were nothing to him. Originally, he had planned to chat a bit more with Sun Lingxing, but then he heard from the Yao mountain villa that Jiang Xijing had broken through. Elder brother Xin, I have cultivated the world-defying soul. I can now condense the world-defying stage divine power. Jiang Xijing shouted out emotionally. Previously, world-defying stage's cultivation was too far away from her reach. But now that she had stepped into the world-defying stage, how could she not be excited? All right. Qinxiang was also very excited. The heaven and earth infinite Dan had succeeded. If even Jiang Xijing could succeed, then he could definitely succeed too, but it would only take a little longer. When Jiang Ximei saw how powerful her sister had become, she also felt extremely happy. After that, she only needed to practice the twin life mysterious technique with Jiang Xijing, and she would also be able to become a world-defying stage. Long Chimu had long since entered the secret room and went into closed-door cultivation. Spirit Star, I'm going to train in seclusion for a period of time. You must be careful. Qinxiang said, Don't be captured by those fellows from Forget-Me divine race. I'll be careful. Seeing how concerned Qinxiang was for her, Sun Lingxing smiled and nodded. Qinxiang anxiously entered a stone room, then entered the Yao mountain villa. Upon seeing him, Jiang Xijing rushed into his embrace and hugged him tightly. Xijing is now a world-defying stage, stronger than me. Qinxiang smiled and rubbed her head. It's all because of the elder brother Xin's incredible pill refining skills and the myriad Tao's divine arts. Otherwise, I don't know when I would have been able to reach this realm. Jiang Xijing chuckled. Elder brother Xin, I can also protect you from now on. Oh, right, if I were to use the world-defying stage divine power to grow medicinal ingredients now, I would definitely do, so even faster. Oh, right, Xijing, how many world-defying stage divine power can you condense now? I want to try and see if I can refine some of them. Qinxiang asked. I can condense quite a few. Jiang Xijing said, then opened her jade hands, only to see her palm suddenly leaking out a ball of light. He had previously seen Sun Lingxing's world-defying stage divine power, but it was purple while Jiang Xijing's were green. He felt that this might have something to do with Jiang Xijing's Dao veins, and Jiang Xijing's previously cultivated strength was related to regeneration and life. Furthermore, she had frequently come into contact with medicinal herbs, so it wasn't strange for her world-defying stage divine power to be green. Try condensing a little more. Qinxiang said. Jiang Xijing nodded and said, This might take some time. Jiang Xijing condensed for an entire hour, condensing a huge ball. Are you tired? Qinxiang asked, worried that she might have exhausted too much of her energy. I'm not tired. I'm a world-defying stage now, and this place can absorb a lot of myriad Tao's power. I don't even need to use up my own Tao power. Jiang Xijing said. At this time, she was still condensing the world-defying stage divine power. The world-defying stage divine power that she condensed was extremely pure, and Qinxiang could feel it from the side. Enough! Qinxiang felt that it was enough. He took out the Tianchuang furnace and let Jiang Xijing put this ball of world-defying stage divine power into the cauldron. Although this ball of world-defying stage divine power was very strong, it did not give Qinxiang any form of pressure. Instead, It gave Qin Xiang a very gentle feeling. It might have something to do with Jiang Xijing's personality. This kind of world-defying stage divine power was also the easiest to refine. It would not produce too strong of a resistance during refinement. Do you still need it? I can still condense a little more. Jiang Xijing said, I'll give you 10 beads. You just have to pour your world-defying stage divine power inside. Qin Xiang said, I will go refine it first. The time laws had already covered Yao Mountain Villa. It would allow him to gain more time. Inside the secret room, Qin Xiang was using the heavenly alchemy to refine Jiang Xijing's group of unparalleled powers. Xijing's world-defying stage divine power is very gentle, but it is not weak at all. Could it be that Xijing's world-defying stage divine power had its own intentions, and thus became very docile here? Qin Xiang did not expect himself to be able to progress to the 5 crash in a single breath very successfully. Even now, he still did not feel much pressure. This ball of world-defying stage divine power was getting stronger and stronger, but Qin Xiang still felt like he was doing the same thing to the gentle Jiang Xijing. During the refining process, he did not feel any rejection. Just like this, Qin Xiang kept plussing forward until he reached the 10th stage. This ball of world-defying stage divine power finally gave rise to a strong pressure. But the main reason was that this ball of world-defying stage divine power was simply too strong at the moment. It should be enough. Once I condense the pill, I will definitely be even stronger. Qin Xiang started to condense the pellet. He was already unable to rush any further. This lump of world-defying stage divine power no longer had the kind of gentle emotion like Jiang Xijing. If he continued to rush forward, he would definitely be unable to control himself. After a few days, Qin Xiang finally succeeded in condensing the pill. He was sweating profusely. It's really not easy. It took me a full 10 days to refine it. Qin Xiang looked at the white pellet in his hand. After the crash, it had become very pure, so it was white. After Qin Xiang ate it, he felt a dense world-defying stage divine power surging out. He anxiously suppressed the pellet, preventing the pellet from breaking through. If not, the world-defying stage divine power would fill his entire body. He did not need to use world-defying stage divine power at the moment, so he could not let the pellet open in his abdomen. I'm already full. Seeing Qin Xiang coming out, Jiang Xijing immediately gave the depower beads to him. After Qin Xiang received it, he happily thanked Jiang Xijing and then entered the secret room to refine it. 2 months later, he refined all 10 of the divine power pearls into world-defying stage divine power pills, then left the Yao Mountain Villa. The spirit star is not outside. Could it be that it went out again? Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat and rushed out of the stone room. Sure enough, he did not see Sun Lingxing there. Although Sun Lingxing could control the heaven-devouring rat he gave her temporarily, he could still sense the location of those heaven-devouring rat through the dragon beast. Only 2 are still alive. Qin Xiang's heart trembled. He had given Sun Lingxing over 100 beasts, but now there were only 2 left. He immediately established contact with the 2 heaven-devouring rat. I saw it. Through the 2 heaven-devouring rats, he saw Sun Lingxing. Sun Lingxing was currently in an intense battle with 5 men in purple. This woman, why did she go out again? Qin Xiang took a light breath, released the seal on the world-defying stage divine power pellet in his body, allowed the world-defying stage divine power to flow out, and then teleported to the area where the fierce battle was taking place. At this time, he was using the world-defying stage divine power to go invisible and use the world-defying stage divine power to release a spatial barrier to isolate him. He did not leak out any qi, which was much stronger than before. At least Sun Lingxing did not sense him. I wonder if I can break away from the tracing mantra technique. Qin Xiang floated in midair, watching Sun Lingxing fight fiercely with the 5 divine grade venerable ancestor-s, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Sun Lingxing was actually able to fight 1 against 5. c. 2972. c. 2972 Qin Xiang did not immediately go down, because he sensed a few auras approaching. It seemed that they were not coming for Sun Lingxing, but for him. That's good too, since the tracing mantra technique is still effective on me. Then you will all come endlessly to die, and I will exterminate all of you one by one. The world-defying stage divine power that was boiling inside Qin Xiang's body could no longer be used to spew out. Sun Lingxing could feel the auras approaching, causing her to suddenly feel an extremely strong pressure. Against 5 of them, she could only barely take them. If there were more than 10, she could only run. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing that Sun Lingxing wanted to escape, a man dressed in purple suddenly attacked ferociously, his hands waving around continuously, shooting out purple nails one after another, like a storm blowing towards Sun Lingxing. Although a few divine grade venerable ancestor S were approaching, Qin Xiang was fearless. With a teleportation, he arrived behind a man dressed in purple who was attacking Sun Lingxing, and with a loud bellow he unleashed a heaven-blasting palm. Boo! Oh. The power of the world, defying stage divine power that turned into vibration shot into the purple-clothed man's body like lightning, exploding out from within his body. Following a burst of golden light, the purple-clothed man's body instantly exploded into specks of dust. When Sun Lingxing saw it, he was alarmed. The power was too terrifying. In an instant it had destroyed a divine-grade venerable ancestor's body. Divine-grade venerable ancestor's body was extremely strong, but right now he had turned into ashes in an instant. Qin Xiang! Sun Lingxing could feel a trace of Qin Xiang's aura and couldn't help but feel surprise in his heart. The world-defying stage divine power that Qin Xiang had just used could only be displayed by a powerful world-defying stage. The other divine-grade venerable ancestor, S, also started to panic. They had realized that this kind of expert was not someone they could handle. Hurry up! One of the purple-robed men shouted. I'll catch all of you in one fell swoop. Qin Xiang sneered in his heart, then used the power of S.P.A.C. to move Sun Lingxing to his side, and then released the prideful divine web that he previously obtained. When he released the divine net, the few divine-grade venerable ancestor S who were Rus, H.I. plussing over also entered the area covered by the net. The sudden appearance of the proud divine network made all the divine-grade venerable ancestor frightened. They recognized this proud divine net. It was very famous in the Forget-Me divine race, but had been S.N.A.T.C. had away by someone. The person who took away this proud divine net was Qin Xiang, one of the people who they needed to find after entering the proud world of forest. It's Qin Xiang. The clan elders just sent us a sound transmission saying that Qin Xiang has appeared and told us to immediately rush over. They did not expect us to appear here and see this proud divine web. One of the divine-grade venerable ancestor took out a long sword and started to crazily hack out streams of sword chi at the gathered proud divine net. Sword ki gushed out and filled the sky, but it was completely useless against the divine net. Just now, Qin Xiang killed one of our comrades. The divine-grade venerable ancestor shouted in anger. Qin Xiang had finally appeared, and he had even eaten a world-defying stage divine power pellet. He did not expect that controlling a world-defying artifact would consume the power of the world-defying stage divine power so quickly. It really is Qin Xiang. When the divine-grade venerable ancestor saw Qin Xiang, he said angrily, Let us go quickly. You have already killed one of our divine-grade venerable ancestor. You should know the consequences if you stay together with Sun Lingxing. Consequences? Isn't it the same whether I kill or not? Now that I have killed a divine-grade venerable ancestor and then killed trash like you, the consequences should be the same. Since the consequences are the same, then why should I let go? Hearing Qin Xiang's voice that was filled with killing intent, all of the divine, grade, venerable ancestor felt a chill down their spines. After that, they felt a terrifying sword force approaching them. 3 of them suddenly had their necks pierced by a sword. "Are you really going to kill us?" One of the divine, grade, venerable ancestor S trembled. He never thought that Chen Xiang would be so decisive. "Sun Lingxing, we are from the same clan, but now you are actually looking on helplessly as someone kills your own clansmen." Someone shouted at Sun Lingxing. "When you attacked me just now, you didn't treat me as part of your family." Sun Lingxing sneered. "Go to ashes." Chen Xiang felt that all of these divine, grade, venerable ancestor had pretty good world, defying stage divine power S inside them. So he took out the Tianchuang furnace S and threw all of them inside. Originally, they were still struggling inside, causing the Tianchuang furnace to sway continuously. However, as Chen Xiang released the world defying D fire to burn, the Tianchuang furnace gradually quietened down. "Are they all dead?" San Lingxing didn't know what Chen Xiang was doing. "They're all dead. Let's hurry up and leave." Chen Xiang teleported back to the underground palace with Sun Lingxing. At this moment, Sun Lingxing felt that the spatial techniques were very good. If she could grasp the spatial laws too, then those divine, grade, venerable ancestor S wouldn't be her match. "It's only been a few days, but you've already become so powerful. How unbelievable." Sun Lingxing sighed. "Furthermore, you seem to be much stronger than me." "Hee, that's because you don't understand me. Otherwise, you would have definitely gotten used to it." Chen Xiang laughed. "Seriously, so many of those heaven-devouring rat have died." "Sorry, they found out about the heaven-devouring rat that I controlled. And I also found out about something that made me very angry. So I charged out." Sun Lingxing felt a little guilty. The heaven-devouring rat that Chen Xiang gave her had only been dead for a few days. "What is it?" Chen Xiang knew that Sun Lingxing's temper was not bad. There was actually something that made her so angry that it made her want to kill him. Sun Lingxing's jade face reddened, and she did not immediately say it out loud. When Chen Xiang saw it, she could not help but chuckle. She laughed sinisterly, causing Sun Lingxing to sob. "Don't think too much." "All right." Sun Lingxing saw Chen Xiang's naughty smile and said, "Those fellows want to capture me so that the clan's outstanding male disciples, to absorb the power of my proud divine body through dual cultivation." After Sun Lingxing finished speaking, his face flushed red again, as he was extremely angry. "So disgusting, these guys really should be killed." Chen Xiang frowned. He can actually think of such a despicable thing. But now, since they have lost more than 10 divine, grade, venerable ancestor S, they will definitely feel the pain. Yes, over a dozen divine, grade, venerable ancestor S suffered heavy losses for them. This was the reason why Sun Lingxing rushed out before. Even if he killed a few, the forget-me divine race would still feel pained, let alone dozens of them. "Let's see how strong they will send out next." Chen Xiang laughed. "Now I am not afraid of them." Speaking of which, Sun Lingxing was extremely curious why Chen Xiang had suddenly become so powerful, especially the heaven-blasting palm that Chen Xiang had released. It made her heart tremble when she thought of it. See 2973. See 2973. Chen Xiang also gave Sun Lingxing a few heaven-devouring rat-s, which could make it more convenient for him to investigate the situation outside. "You want to go out?" Seeing how active Chen Xiang was, Sun Lingxing did not look like he was going to go into closed-door cultivation. "Let's go out and take a look. I want to go closer to the world-defying stage divine mausoleum." Chen Xiang said, "Are you coming with us?" "I'm not going. I want to rest." Sun Lingxing shook his head. "There's nothing to see at that place. You'll know once you go there." Sun Lingxing had used up a lot of world-defying stage divine power in her battle just now, so she needed to replenish it. At this time, she was no longer part of world-defying stage. She needed more time to cultivate the world-defying stage divine power than before. I'm just curious. Chen Xiang laughed as he teleported out of the underground palace. After Qin Xiang left the underground palace, he came to the forest on the ground. The surroundings were filled with a strong life force and full of vitality, even though there were often strong warriors fighting in this forest over the past few days. However, the life force of the forest was extremely strong, and it was possible for trees to grow into towering trees at the fastest speed possible. Although Chen Xiang was able to use the world-defying stage divine power now, he still remained cautious. The Forget-Me divine race was a very mysterious clan. He believed that they would definitely not be that weak. After he had become invisible, teleporting through the forest would be safer. He flew towards the world-defying stage divine mausoleum in the middle of the forest. It had been a while since he came to the everlasting forest, but he had never seen the real world-defying stage divine mausoleum before. The everlasting forest was not that big, and he quickly arrived at the world-defying stage divine mausoleum in the middle. Just as Sun Lingxing said, this world-defying stage divine mausoleum did not have much to look at. It was only the size of a small house, and the stone door was very small. This was an extremely ordinary-looking mausoleum. The stones used to build the mausoleum were extremely old, as if they could shatter at any time. The surface was covered with moss, and there were obvious cracks. The mausoleum also did not have any words. Could it be that the real world-defying stage divine mausoleum is inside the tomb? Qin Xiang only saw the entrance that was exposed to the outside. He did not see the real world-defying stage divine mausoleum. No one could answer his question because the world-defying stage divine mausoleum had never been opened before. Although that stone door looked extremely weak, it was very difficult to open. Chen Xiang walked in and tried it, but he couldn't leave any traces on it. Even the power of SPAC that he was most proficient in was unable to break through that mysterious barrier and enter. It seems like this place has been under attack a lot, but nothing has happened. Qin Xiang could imagine how many people who were eager to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum would use such a violent method to enter. They would definitely bombard the little house ferociously. It was just that they would not succeed. When Chen Xiang saw the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, he himself had also tried to enter, but to no avail. If he did not have to face the dragon demons and the others, he would have definitely waited patiently. But now he was beginning to wonder if he should leave the primordial forest and find a safe place to break through and enter the world-defying stage. Let's talk about it when we get back. Chen Xiang sighed and returned to the underground palace. He drank tea alone in the hall and thought about other matters. Sun Lingxing walked out from the room and asked, "You saw world-defying stage divine mausoleum? You won't be able to enter even if you use your power of SPAC. Chen Xiang nodded his head. It is indeed not good to go in. We can only wait patiently. Right? How many more powerful, venerable ancestor later stage were there in the Forget-Me divine race? A few strong ones always pop up all of a sudden. You tell me first, because that way I can have some defenses as well." Qin Xiang had thought that Emperor Stage Venerable Ancestor was very strong at first, but after meeting him he was easily killed and an even stronger divine grade Venerable Ancestor appeared later on. It was true that he was very strong, but if he wasn't able to use the world-defying stage divine power, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat it. Divine grade Venerable Ancestor is already the strongest batch of Venerable Ancestor later stage in the Forget-Me divine race. If there are still any stronger ones, I do, but I don't know if Forget-Me divine race is willing to send them. Sun Lingxing said, "There really are more." Qin Xiang never thought that there would actually be one. From Sun Lingxing's expression, one could tell that the Venerable Ancestor later stage were very strong. Yes, but not in quant. One Tai. As far as I know, our Sun family only has two. Sun Lingxing said, "They are currently in closed-door training and are preparing to rush to world-defying stage." Their bodies are always immersed in the world-defying stage divine power pond. It is a kind of existence that intends to cultivate an unrivaled body to enter the world-defying stage. Cultivate the arrogant body first. Qinxiang was startled. He never thought that there would be such a cultivation method. Yes, most world-defying stage cultivate their world-defying soul first, because it is extremely difficult to cultivate the body of the arrogant world. If I had the world-defying soul, cultivating the primordial world would be much easier, Sun Lingxing said. And world-defying stage who can first cultivate an arrogant body is stronger than those who can use the world-defying soul. Of course, only by cultivating the world-defying soul and the primordial profound body would one be able to reach the profound level of a world-defying stage. This is a truly powerful world-defying stage, Sun Lingxing said. The primordial divine pond is the most important existence in the sacred grounds where we forget ourselves, and it was also this primordial divine pond that gave birth to our forget-me divine race. It is said that the W.A.N. Guo flower was born from the primordial divine lake. Sun Lingxing said, "So this is the secret of your forget-me divine race. Other than that, why are your forget-me divine race staying in this place? Why was it born, do you know?" Qinxiang still did not understand the forget-me divine race well enough. "I only know that we are here for the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. I heard that it is to protect the world-defying stage divine mausoleum and to not allow others to enter. Of course, this was all told to me by my elders. I do not really believe their words," Sun Lingxing said. "As for what my true purpose is, I am not too sure." Qinxiang scratched his chin and said, "If forget-me divine race really sends out that kind of divine body venerable ancestor, do you think I would have any chance of winning?" Sun Lingxing stared at Qinxiang, thought for a moment, and said, "It's hard to say because I do not know your true strength either, but I feel that you have a 50% chance of winning. If you lose, you will not be killed, and even less so won't be taken away. That kind of spatial energy you have is not easy to deal with." Qinxiang laughed. "This way I am relieved. I am still afraid of encountering them. It would be for the best if I don't come." Sun Lingxing nodded. "It's best if they don't come. If they come, then we must do our best not to let them go back." "Spirit Star, how did you know that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum was about to open it?" He didn't ask Tang Zhongjie how he knew everything that Qinxiang had told him. As long as you stay in the vicinity of world-defying stage divine mausoleum for a long time, you'll be able to sense that there will be some activity from time to time. This is something that has never happened before. Furthermore, the sound is very loud to the point where people can hear some noise coming from inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, as though it is calling for people to come in. Sun Lingxing said, "See 2974. See 2974." Qinxiang thought back to what Sun Lingxing had said before, that the people inside the forget-me divine race did not allow her to enter. It was as if they were worrying about something, and when Sun Lingxing said that he could hear the sounds inside, Qinxiang felt that it was very strange. "Lingxing, can that sound be heard by you alone or by someone else?" Qinxiang frowned and asked, "When did you hear that sound last time?" Hearing Qinxiang's question, Sun Lingxing felt that it was a little strange and said, "Could it be that you can't hear it? That sound just now appeared again." Qinxiang looked around and could not help but plus ver because he did not hear anything, but Sun Lingxing did. "I can't hear you," Qinxiang said in shock. He had thought that it was weird he had come to the AOS plus forest for a long time already, but he had never heard any sounds coming from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Sun Lingxing frowned. "Are you serious? I thought you could hear me. That's why I feel that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum will open up very soon. Could it be that you have some sort of relations? HI plus P with the world-defying stage divine mausoleum?" Qinxiang said, I didn't hear anything. Did you say before that your clan's elders did not allow you to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum? Do they know something? Sun Lingxing finally understood that this voice was only heard by herself. She frowned and shook her head. She did not know what those elders were hiding from her, but she felt that her past must not be simple. Qinxiang felt that he should go and ask Tang Zhongjie. Tang Zhongjie also knew that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum was about to be opened, but how did he know? I'm going out for a bit. After Qinxiang finished speaking, he immediately entered the Six Realms Time and S.P.A.C. door, found Tang Zhongjie's Wheel of Fate, and then teleported to where Tang Zhongjie was. Tang Zhongjie was currently inside a tree cave. When Qinxiang arrived, he was eating a fruit and eating it very happily. Old Tang! Qinxiang shouted, scared to the point that the fruit in his hand almost fell out. When he saw that it was Qinxiang, the energy that had just surged out also retreated. It scared me to death. Tang Zhongjie laughed and scolded. You little rascal, you're so elusive. Trying to scare me to death, aren't you? Old Tang, in this period of time, Forget-Me Divine Race hasn't come looking for trouble with you, right? Back then, Tang Zhongjie had been captured by the Forget-Me Divine Race, so he was a little worried that the Forget-Me Divine Race would know about the matter between him and Tang Zhongjie, and hence be implicated with Tang Zhongjie. Tang Zhongjie shook his head. No, they shouldn't have known about my relations. H.I. plus P with you. Almost all the people in Forget-Me Divine Race who knew that I was captured are dead now. He was completely exterminated by Qinxiang that time, and indeed no one knew. Old Tang, I've come to ask you something important. Qinxiang asked, how are you so sure that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum is about to open? Feel. Tang Zhongjie smiled mysteriously. Feel? Qinxiang thought about Sun Lingxing before. He felt that it was perhaps because Sun Lingxing had felt it that he had heard that voice. How did it feel? Are you sure? Tang Zhongjie said, if it was only my own feelings, of course I would not be sure. But for those who have stayed here for so many years, right now they all feel the same. It is a very strong awareness that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum is about to open. This feeling is very hard to understand. It is just like a sudden thought, and it makes us feel like the world-defying stage divine mausoleum is about to open. Didn't you hear anything? Qinxiang had thought that Tang Zhongjie was talking about something that made him feel like he heard something. Tang Zhongjie felt that it was very strange. He thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, could it be that you heard some sound? I didn't hear anything, I didn't feel anything, and I didn't hear anything either. But someone told me that during this period of time, she heard many voices from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, saying that they sounded like they were summoning her in, and she was very sure that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum would open up soon. Qinxiang said, this was what Sun Lingxing had told him. Tang Zhongjie took a small breath and said, could it be? Could she be from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum? What do you mean? Did you come out of world-defying stage divine mausoleum? Qinxiang was frightened by these words. Someone ran out from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, and it was Sun Lingxing. It's not what you think. It's not that we directly ran out from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. It's just that it's the reincarnation of the person from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Tang Zhongjie said, there has always been a legend here that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum has a few powerful world-defying stages. These world-defying stage have all cultivated their divine bodies. But I do not know why they were sealed inside, and their souls are sealed, so even if they die, they cannot be reincarnated. However, every once in a while, their souls get the chance to reincarnate. However, there's only one quota, so they will fight for it. Tang Zhongjie said, if they can get that position, they can be reincarnated. However, after they were reborn, they did not have the strength of their previous lives, and needed the strength of their previous lives to return to the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Thus, even if they were very far away, they could still hear the voices from inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Sun Lingxing was the reincarnation of an expert from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Qin Xiang felt that this was not impossible because Sun Lingxing's potential was extremely terrifying. To become a world-defying stage at such a young age, this was something that was extremely difficult to come by. One must know that Sun Lingxing did not have such things as medicinal pellets to assist him in his cultivation, unlike Jiang Xijing. The reason why Jiang Xijing was able to break through was because Qin Xiang had an extremely high skill in pill refining. She could refine many pills with extremely high quality, which was why she was able to quickly step in. If Sun Lingxing also had the help of the pills, he would be able to enter the world-defying stage much faster. Qin Xiang didn't dare be sure now. He could only wait until Sun Lingxing entered the world-defying stage to find out. He felt that the people inside the Forget-Me divine race would definitely know something. If not, they would not restrict Sun Lingxing from entering the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, someone knocked on Tang Zhongjie's tree cave door. "I'll take my leave first." Qin Xiang immediately turned invisible, and then Tang Zhongjie went to open the door. After Tang Zhongjie opened the door, a familiar aura surprised him. It turned out to be the aura of a dragon demon. I wonder how the dragon demon is doing now. Qin Xiang had been in this forest for a while, and the world-defying dragon demon was already preparing to break the seal. When he entered the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, it was possible that he would release the world-defying stage evil ancestor. Now that there was a dragon demon, Qin Xiang was pleasantly surprised. In this way, he could learn about the world-defying dragon demon through this dragon demon. "Who are you?" Tang Zhongjie saw a demon Di's face and asked. "Old Tang, he was the one who sent us the Tao crystal. As long as we join them, they would give us the 1,000 myriad Tao crystals every day. Each month, it would be 300 million Tao crystal." A short old man suddenly appeared and laughed. See 2975. See 2975. When Qin Xiang heard it, he was extremely confused. There were many powerful, venerable ancestor, later stage dragon demons in the dragon demons team. These dragon demons all had decent strength, but they actually wanted to use so many Tao crystal to recruit people. Just what was the purpose of this? Tang Zhongjie did not lack Tao crystal. He had lived here for many years and had not used Tao crystal for a long time, so he immediately refused because that dragon demon made him feel very uncomfortable. Tang Zhongjie was not like most people. He was a very ancient being and knew many things about the past. Especially now that he sensed this qi, he felt that it was very familiar, but he just couldn't recall it in a while, but he was sure that this qi was filled with evil. "I have to go into seclusion, so I'm sorry," Tang Zhongjie said with a smile. "What is it? Are you looking down on me?" The black-armored dragon demon's face turned cold. His eyes flashed with a murderous light, releasing his killing intent without concealing it at all. He clenched his fists, which contained an extremely powerful evil force, causing the leaves on the big tree to instantly wither, instantly dropping all over the ground. The evil aura of this dragon demon was very scary. It instantly took away this big tree's life force. But Tang Zhongjie was not the least bit afraid. He faintly smiled. "Not bad. I really do look down on evil beings like you. For a mere Tao crystal, you actually hooked up with this kind of demon. Working hard for this kind of demon. I was truly mistaken about you." Tang Zhongjie was blunt. Not only did he scold the dragon demon, he also scolded his friend. "Old Tang, you, forget it. Since there are Tao crystal, I won't make a profit, so whatever you want to do is fine." With that old Liang turned and left. He actually ran very fast because he knew what would happen next. Just as that old man left, the dragon demon's pair of demon claws suddenly extended out. Like two sharp, sword-like poisonous snakes, and pierced towards Tang Zhongjia's shoulders. Tang Zhongjie was already on his guard. After dodging from the side, he waved his palm towards it, releasing a ray of white light that brought about a burst of scorching qi, which cut towards the black demon claws and instantly cut them in half. Clearly, the dragon demon did not know that Tang Zhongjie was so strong, with his reaction speed being so fast. Just as the dragon demon's arms were broken, Qinxiang appeared and directly struck the dragon demon's head with his palm. Then he channeled his soul-absorbing devil spell and took away the memories of the other party's soul. The dragon demon could not help but cry out miserably. The 7 orifices of his body was stained with black blood that was filled with evil qi. The sound of his roars was extremely hair-raising. At the same time of struggling, his burly body that was wrapped in black armor started to tremble intensely, evil qi surging out in waves. He used all his strength to struggle free from Qinxiang, but his body had already been sealed by Qinxiang using the power of SPAC. Why is the demonic dragon here? Tang Zhongjie knew that Qinxiang came from the outside, and he was not familiar with such matters, so he could only ask Qinxiang. I don't know either right now, but the world-defying stage evil ancestor will be coming out soon. The world-defying dragon demon has already broken the seal. They should be inside the myriad Tao mausoleum already. Qinxiang said, right now their goal is this world-defying stage divine mausoleum. They're most likely looking for a method to cultivate the primordial divine body. Qinxiang searched through the memories of the dragon demon and quickly found his own information. With a grave expression, he said, although the world-defying dragon demon has already entered the myriad Tao mausoleum, he did not go save the world-defying stage evil ancestor. Instead, he actually gathered a large group of powerhouses to head towards this place. Tang Zhongjie said, it seems that world-defying stage evil ancestor is planning on doing this because if world-defying stage evil ancestor escapes, it would also mean that Tao Father and Dragon Ancestor would be coming out. At that time, both of them would still be injured, and world-defying stage evil ancestor wouldn't have that much confidence in defeating the Tao Father. That's why he allowed world-defying dragon demon to find a method to cultivate the primordial divine body. This way, he would be able to step into the divine level of the world-defying stage, becoming far more powerful than Tao Fathers and be able to completely annihilate them. Qinxiang added. Tang Zhongjie laughed. This should be a good thing for you. This way, you don't have to go back and find them. You just have to stay here and stop them. Qinxiang frowned. I'm worried that they will join hands with the Forget-Me divine race. Tang Zhongjie thought for a moment, then chuckled. You just searched through this guy's memories. Did they come in contact with the Forget-Me divine race? Qinxiang shook his head. Not at the moment. They only sent 30 dragon demons. All of them are from the venerable ancestor later stage. Their overall strength is not that strong. Their main force is still behind. The reason they are recruiting for troops is to prepare for the main force that will come later. So that's how it is, you impersonating a Forget-Me divine race, killing a large portion of the dragon demons here. Then he pretended to be the dragon demon and killed the people from the Forget-Me divine race, making them conflict with each other first. That way, they wouldn't have anything to talk about once they met. Tang Zhongjie laughed. Qinxiang thought that this method was not bad and nodded. I will go and take action now. She wanted to control and skillfully control the heaven-devouring rat. She felt that these mice had a great use for them, and hoped that they could use them more in the future. They wouldn't die out like last time. Spirit Star, I have something to tell you. Qinxiang quickly told Sun Lingxing about the dragon demon that came. Sun Lingxing didn't understand much about what had happened outside, but hearing Qinxiang's description of the dragon demon, she couldn't help but feel disgusted and said, if you attack the people from the Forget-Me divine race and they don't know where you are, it would be easy for them to find you. If you want to frame a dragon demon, you have to do it with something that has the same aura as the dragon demon. Qinxiang looked at the heaven-devouring rat and laughed. Just let this heaven-devouring rat make its move. After that, he took out a heaven-devouring rat and made it transform into a human. This caused Sun Lingxing to widen her eyes in shock, and she anxiously asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that this mouse could transform into a human?" I forgot, because it's been a long time since I've used a mouse to turn into a human, and it's not good for probing." Qinxiang scratched the back of his head and laughed. "Teach me." Sun Lingxing pouted and said, "All right." Qinxiang immediately told Sun Lingxing the method to turn into a mouse man. After Sun Lingxing learnt it, she was very happy. Furthermore, those mice could still change into the people she wanted to change. She thought that it was very interesting, very fun. "I'm going out to look for the dragon demons. Once I find them, I'll kill them. Then I'll leave a few that I can't kill on purpose to let them go back and report to the sect." Qinxiang said, "You are the one in charge of scouting out Forget-Me divine race. If you encounter him, use Mouse Man as the dragon demon." The Mouse Man-s were all bred by dragon demons and rat emperor beads, so they had the same aura as dragon demons on their bodies. Thus, there was no need to deliberately mimic the aura of dragon demons. See 2976. See 2976. Qinxiang gave Sun Lingxing a piece of communication jade symbol paper so that they could quickly contact each other. Sun Lingxing was also very curious about this kind of thing, but this was the first time she knew that something like this existed. Qinxiang did not tell Sun Lingxing that she was possibly trapped in the world defying stage divine mausoleum in her previous life. After all, this sort of thing had not been confirmed, but what was certain was that Sun Lingxing must have a very close relations. HI plus P with the world defying stage divine mausoleum. Otherwise, she would not have heard the voices coming from the world defying stage divine mausoleum and would have been restricted by the elders of the Forget-Me divine race from entering the world defying stage divine mausoleum. There were a lot of dragon demons that came to the world defying stage divine mausoleum, and the moment Qinxiang came up from the underground palace, he met a few dragon demons flying around. Qinxiang had previously searched the memories of one of the dragon devils and knew that there were not many experts in this group. Furthermore, if they had entered the world defying stage divine mausoleum, their cultivation would have fallen by a lot, as if the world defying stage divine mausoleum was going to weaken their strength. If the world defying stage divine mausoleum was activated, then the strength of the group of dragon demons that entered the world defying stage divine mausoleum would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be even easier for him to take action. The dragon demons were also worried about this danger, so after they came to this forest, they started to look for stronger humans, giving them Tao Crystal S and letting them sign a contract. When they entered the world defying stage divine mausoleum, they would have to protect them with all their might. This was how Tang Zhongjia's friends joined the dragon demons. Now, Tang Zhongjia was also looking for his good friends, telling them not to join the dragon demons party. Qinxiang was in the forest, and as long as he could find dragon demons, he would immediately strike out, beating these dragon demons half dead. Most of these dragon demons weren't killed by Qinxiang, they were only injured. Furthermore, when Qinxiang attacked, he even yelled about what kind of Forget-Me divine race he was wearing, and the clothes he was wearing was also purple. Just now, Sun Lingxing had already sent a sound transmission to him, and she was doing it very smoothly. He had made the Mouse Man ambush a few people from the Forget-Me divine race, and these people were all not very strong. Before Sun Lingxing had the Mouse Man take action, he had forced the Forget-Me divine race to join the dragon demons. This way, the people of the Forget-Me divine race quickly found out that the dragon demons were very rampant in the forest. In just a few days, Qinxiang and Sun Lingxing succeeded in sowing discord, because Qinxiang had already discovered that there were real dragon demons and Forget-Me divine race fighting, and even fighting to the death. Seeing this scene, Qinxiang couldn't help but laugh. This was exactly what he and Sun Lingxing were looking forward to. Originally, Chen Xiang had been quite relaxed because he felt that the dragon demons and forget-me divine race were unable to join hands. This would cause the dragon demon's power to become even weaker. However, at this moment, the strength of the dragon demon wasn't weak either. Today, he suddenly felt the demonic qi of the dragon demon rush into the forest. Sun Lingxing anxiously sent a message to Chen Xiang. Hurry back to the underground palace. Your whereabouts have always been controlled by the forget-me divine race. Although Chen Xiang had not met any divine body venerable ancestress in the past few days, he was still extremely vigilant. He was prepared to fight at any time, and when Sun Lingxing suddenly sent a message to him, he felt a sense of danger. What happened? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. I don't know. In short, forget-me divine race sent a very powerful guy. This guy is right outside the forest. Sun Lingxing could feel the qi. She was afraid that it was directed at Chen Xiang. So she anxiously asked Chen Xiang to come back. All right, I'll go back now. Chen Xiang immediately teleported back. After returning to the underground palace, Chen Xiang was a lot more at ease. When he was in the forest, he immediately felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. The world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum may open soon, but there is a force coming from inside the world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum. Sun Lingxing said, Is this true? Why didn't I sense it? Chen Xiang indeed did not feel any aura from the direction of the world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum. Maybe this is something only I can feel, so you have to be careful. Sun Lingxing said, For this period of time, do not go out. If world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum truly opens, we definitely cannot be the first to enter, because we do not know of the dangers inside. If we don't enter first, then if there is something good inside, won't it mean that others will want it? Chen Xiang frowned. At this time, forget-me divine race and dragon demons are all gathered here. If they were to obtain them, it would be extremely disadvantageous for us. Sun Lingxing had, of course, considered this issue before. When the time comes, we will need to secretly follow behind them. Of course, it won't be easy for them to discover me, and you are also being used by the tracing mantra. Sun Lingxing said, What level of cultivation is that guy who used the tracing mantra technique on me? Chen Xiang's face darkened. He felt that as long as he killed this fellow, he would not be tracked anymore. The Venerable Ancestor later stage is still relatively easy to deal with, but the problem now is that it won't be easy for you to go to the forget-me divine race. As Sun Lingxing said this, he remembered that Chen Xiang could use the power of teleportation. Of course, if Chen Xiang wanted to go to forget-me divine race's tribe, it could be said to be extremely dangerous. I will use the mouse man. Chen Xiang laughed. Although the strength of the mouse man is not bad, it's not easy to deal with him. Sun Lingxing shook his head. If we use W.A.N. Guo scent? Chen Xiang laughed. They have used this poison on me before. Even if they have a way to cure it, they will definitely not be able to cure it within a short period of time. Sun Lingxing thought that this method was not bad and said after thinking about it, All right, we can try. I'll tell you where that guy is located, and then you can use the heaven-devouring rat to look for him. After that, Chen Xiang used the power of S.P.A.C. to pluck many W.A.N. Guo flower from the forest outside. Furthermore, he refined these W.A.N. Guo flower into poisonous scent using the crash method, and refine them using the crash method. When heaven-devouring rat smells this kind of poisonous scent, it can get poisoned as well. Sun Lingxing said, She had also tested them before. It's fine. Just give the heaven-devouring rat an antidote pill. Chen Xiang still had a lot of antidote pills. After everything was prepared, he released several hundred heaven-devouring rats, all of which had poisonous scent as well as antidotes. After Chen Xiang finished inspecting them, he teleported all the heaven-devouring rat outside the tribe of forget-me divine race to look for the guy who used the tracing mantra technique on him. Very quickly, he found the old man in a cave. Confirming that it was this guy who was using the tracing mantra technique on him, he let several hundred heaven-devouring rat rush into the cave. After the heaven-devouring rat entered the cave, the old man also discovered it. He immediately waved his hands, releasing waves of purple light that struck the heaven-devouring rat's body. However, he thought that it was just an ordinary mouse, so he didn't use much strength when he attacked. As a result, his attack didn't kill the group of heaven-devouring rat, but instead he struck the poisonous scent out. When the old man smelled the W-A-N guo scent, he instantly turned pale from fright. He wanted to quickly suppress the poisonous scent, but it was already too late. The poison power of the poisonous scent that Chen Xiang refined was extremely terrifying. In an instant, he was immersed in the intoxicating feeling brought by the poisonous scent, unable to extricate himself. See 2977. See 2977. Chen Xiang saw this scene through the Rat King and was secretly pleased. He had been poisoned like this before. Spirit Star, is there any way to cure the poison in Forget-Me Divine Race? Asked. At this point, he had already succeeded. Sun Lingxing could tell from his expression. There is, but it's not easy. The detoxification pills you concoct are pretty quick and simple. Sun Lingxing had seen Chen Xiang's antidote before. She didn't know much about pills. She felt that the antidote was extremely magical, especially when people learned that the antidote could make people stronger. She was shocked. Chen Xiang looked at the old man who had fainted on the ground and sneered in his heart. These guys clearly know how terrifying these W-A-N guo poison are, but they're still being used on me. Now, it's your turn to suffer such a fate. Chen Xiang had another idea in mind, which was to use W-A-N guo poison S to deal with the Forget-Me Divine Race. In the Forget-Me Divine Race, there were very few people like Sun Lingxing who would not be poisoned. At least, Sun Lingxing had never heard of anyone who could be like her. Chen Xiang suddenly felt that the reason why Sun Lingxing was not poisoned was not because she was kind, but because of her relations. H-I plus P with world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Old man, this is what happened to me after you used the tracing mantra technique. Being able to feel so comfortable before you died can be considered to be a blessing in disguise. Chen Xiang let the swallowing mouse move out and completely devour the old man. After Chen Xiang took back the rat, he smiled at Sun Lingxing. It's already succeeded. Now we can go out and relax. It's already so long that we can travel for a long time. She is no longer afraid of being tracked by the secret techniques used by the Forget-Me Divine Race. Sun Lingxing said, Even so, you still have to be careful. I won't be going out. Go outside and take a look. Since Sun Lingxing could use the rats, she was too lazy to run out herself. Chen Xiang actually wanted to find out more about the dragon demon's latest situation, so he left the underground palace and went into the forest. Tang Zhongjie had already changed a tree hole, but it was still easy for Chen Xiang to find him. Old Tang! Chen Xiang, appearing in the hollow of Tang Zhongjie's tree, startled him yet again. Tang Zhongjie also laughed and scolded him, but that was nothing much. Old Tang, the atmosphere in these forests is very strange. Have you felt it? Chen Xiang asked. Of course I sensed it. How could I not know about such an obvious change? Tang Zhongjie started to act, his expression becoming more serious. The powerful dragon demons have indeed come. They are currently outside the forest. Moreover, they are at odds with the Forget-Me Divine Race. I wonder if the experts of the Forget-Me Divine Race will appear. Thought that they were fighting until their heads bled from the fight outside the forest. So what's the latest? Chen Xiang asked again. Not at the moment. The forest is relatively safer. World-defying stages are not allowed to enter, and there are world-defying stages dragon demons outside. If we go out, we will be caught, so we do not dare to leave the forest to ask around. Tang Zhongjie shook her head. On the other hand, there are some movements from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, and from time to time, there'll be some weak energy fluctuations. Previously, Sun Lingxing was the same, but his reaction to the energy fluctuation was much clearer than Tang Zhongjie. On the other hand, he himself did not feel Qin Xiang's presence, nor did he know why. I'll go out and investigate, but those guys shouldn't be able to discover me. Qin Xiang said, Don't go. World-defying dragon demon are very strong. Furthermore, other than the world-defying dragon demon, there are also some experts who have cultivated up to the world-defying soul. Tang Zhongjie understood the strength of this world-defying stage very well, so he grabbed onto Qin Xiang and did not let him go. Fine, I'm not going out. I'm just going to watch from the edge. Qin Xiang said, That should be fine, they should be outside the forest now. It's just that it's fine to be at the edge of the forest. If you see them attacking you from outside, you have to be careful. Tang Zhongjie warned. Although the people from the world-defying stage could not come in, they could still attack from the outside if they were outside. That was why he was so worried. As an elder, Tang Zhongjie was definitely worried about Qin Xiang. He also knew how dangerous the dragon demons outside were. That's why he told Qin Xiang to do this. You must be careful. Tang Zhongjie was still worried, but he had just finished, and Qin Xiang had already teleported away. After Qin Xiang became invisible, he arrived at the edge of the forest. When he was near, he could feel the evil and evil in this place, which shocked him. Is this the aura of a world-defying dragon demon? It's just too scary. Qin Xiang couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The strength of the world-defying dragon demon was far more frightening than he had imagined. I wonder if world-defying stage dragon ancestor has such a powerful ability. Qin Xiang had only seen the world-defying stage dragon ancestor's clone before, but had not truly felt the aura of the world-defying stage dragon ancestor. The world-defying dragon demon was sealed by the world-defying stage dragon ancestor. The dragon patriarch's strength is definitely much stronger than him. When he arrived at the edge of the forest, he could also sense that there were a lot of people moving about. We know whether he's a dragon demon or a forget-me divine race pract. 1. Tionier. Previously, Qin Xiang only let the swallowing mouse enter the forget-me divine race's tribe to search for the old man using the incantation. He did not investigate the situation inside because he was worried that the forget-me divine race would find out. After he released his spatial perception, as long as he felt something move, he would immediately teleport over. It's a dragon demon. Qin Xiang came to the side of a dragon demon. Just as he was about to attack, he saw a human walking over. The human was a middle-aged man. He shouted to the dragon demon. After entering, you must focus your heart on Forget-Me Divine Race. Forget-Me Divine Race has already killed many of our members. Quite a number of them were killed. Qin Xiang suddenly felt that it was strange, because he did not kill too many of them, which was to say, the real Forget-Me Divine Race was killing the dragon demon. So when do we strike back? Forget-Me Divine Race is too arrogant. The dragon demon said, When the proud dragon lord arrives, as soon as he thinks it's okay, we'll go into the forest and start killing people. The middle-aged man said, Our White Bones Imperial has long since lost patience. We are only waiting for one word from Supreme Dragon. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Qin Xiang immediately took action. The heavenly magic sword had killed the dragon demon and the middle-aged man in an instant, and then used the soul-absorbing devil spell on them. The world-defying dragon demon actually changed her name to the arrogant dragon elder. How shameless! After Qin Xiang devoured the memories of these two fellows, he found out some things about the dragon demons. White Bones Imperial, Flying Dragon Ghost Realm, and the others had all come, and they were all led by big heads. It was just that those big heads could not enter the forest, because they were all from world-defying stage. The high priest was also there, of course. He had entered the Myriad Tau Mausoleum very early. How could he not be there? C. 2978. C. 2978 Qin Xiang, suddenly felt that the enemy's strength was terrifying. He could not handle them at all. It's a good thing that the Forget-Me divine race did not join hands with them, otherwise they would be even more powerful. This allowed Chen Xiang to feel more at ease. Fortunately, he and Sun Lingxing had sowed discord in the past, otherwise they really might have teamed up. Chen Xiang was currently using the power of S-P-A-C to pluck a large number of W-A and Guo flower. His rat would also be poisoned, so he felt that this poison would definitely be effective against the dragon demon. They were not poisoned when they entered. It's mainly because the High Priest, the Ghost Emperor, and the others made the way for world-defying stage. They had sent the dragon demons to investigate earlier and found out that there was a bunch of poisonous flowers, so when they came in, they had already thought of a way to deal with it. Chun Xiang learned all of this from Swallowing's memories. After Chen Xiang harvested all the W-A-N Guo flower, just as he was about to go back, he sensed a strong aura. His heart trembled. Could this aura be that of an expert from the Forget-Me divine race? He immediately used the communication jade symbol paper to Pa-S the news to Sun Lingxing. Hurry up and come. It should be the negotiation between the Forget-Me divine race's patriarch and the world-defying dragon demon. They're not stupid. These two top rankers are also not stupid, and since they know about your matters, it is very likely that we are trying to sow discord. Sun Lingxing said, nowadays the dead bodies of the dragon demons and Forget-Me divine race are not really that important to them. If they really knew that we were the ones who picked on them, they would definitely not listen to us. If we break away from them, it is very possible that we will put them down and join forces. Chun Xiang thought back to what the middle-aged man from the White Bones Imperial had said. That middle-aged man, the world-defying dragon demon, did not allow themselves to attack the Forget-Me divine race on a large scale, and had clearly sensed something, which was why he had asked the patriarch of the Forget-Me divine race to negotiate with him. Chun Xiang could only return now. When he returned to the underground palace, he suddenly felt a weak vibration, followed by a voice. Chun Xiang, I know you're inside. Don't think that just by hiding you'll be safe and sound. Let me tell you something. Once the world-defying stage divine mausoleum's power disappears, all of the barrier energy in this forest will no longer exist. This was a voice filled with power, and when the voice was heard, it carried a sinister aura. It's the voice of the world-defying dragon demon. Although Qin Xiang had never seen world-defying dragon demon before, he was sure. Following that was another voice. Qin Xiang, if you behave and come out now and hand over all the techniques you have, we can let you go and let you live. Sun Lingxing said, this is the voice of the clan leader. You must not believe it. Qin Xiang was a little nervous at this moment. If the world-defying dragon demon is real, then I might be in more danger. Even if he stepped into the world-defying stage, he felt that he could only barely hold off the world-defying dragon demon. But since the head of Forget-Me race had also joined in, if he joined hands with the other big shots of the world-defying stage, he would definitely not be able to block it. Don't worry, there will be a way. Sun Lingxing suddenly grabbed Qin Xiang's hand. Under the threat of so many rancors, she could feel the fear in Qin Xiang's heart. If it was her, she would definitely be terrified too. Qin Xiang nodded and said, now we can only wait and see if there's any turning points after entering the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. I'll definitely help you, Sun Lingxing said. I feel that there is a very strong power waiting for me inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Even though it's just my feeling, I feel that it might make me very strong. Chun Xiang was overjoyed. He thought that Sun Lingxing wouldn't be able to sense it, but he didn't think that she would actually be able to feel that there was power inside it from his previous life. I'll go refine the W-A-N Guo scent first. Chun Xiang knew that this type of poison was extremely useful to him. If he was surrounded, it would be of great help to him if he threw out this kind of poisonous scent. Just a moment ago, the two head of Forget-Me Race S and the world-defying dragon demon each spoke one sentence, and it was clear that they had joined hands. They believed that this would definitely create a lot of pressure for Qinxiang, and now they were also discussing how to capture Qinxiang. There were many tents in the AOS, HI plus forest, and one of them was a big red tent. World-defying dragon demon, head of forget-me race, and other big shots were all there. Qinxiang has treasures on him. It would be a pity if he died. The Ghost Emperor said, "As far as I know, he possesses the myriad Tao's divine arts. This is a cultivation technique used to achieve the world-defying stage Tao ancestor. Even the world-defying stage evil ancestor would want it. Furthermore, there are spatial techniques and alchemy techniques. These are all extremely extraordinary. Although Qinxiang's cultivation is currently not high, he has already reached the peak of perfection in this area." The high priest said, "I was ambushed by him earlier when he used a spatial spell." The world-defying dragon demon sighed, "This Qinxiang. If they were allowed to live, it would definitely be a great disaster. However, it would be extremely difficult to capture them alive. Is there any way to blackmail him?" The divine master of the Tao world suddenly said, "If it was before, this wouldn't be a problem because he has many relatives and friends within the Tao world that I'm in charge of. But all his friends and family suddenly disappeared into my world." Hearing those words, everyone's eyes lit up. The world-defying dragon demon said, "It's impossible for him to suddenly disappear. Just check carefully. Maybe they opened up ASPAC inside the world inside, and when he's inside, you won't notice him. As long as we carefully find his friends and relatives, then we can use it to threaten him. I'll do my best." He didn't have much confidence in himself because it would be extremely difficult for him to travel to the Tao world. Although the other 9DS who had created the Tao world had died, the power of the laws they had left behind was extremely powerful. "Head of Forget-Me Race, how much do you know about this world-defying stage divine mausoleum? You are one of the very early races." The world-defying dragon demon asked, "We only know that there is a large group of world-defying stage divine level rankers who managed to cultivate their divine bodies inside, and they all died inside. As for the other things, we do not know, but we can be sure that if we want to cultivate to the world-defying stage divine bodies, we can only go in for a trip." Head of Forget-Me Race said, "All right then, go look for Qinxiang and see if you can catch him alive. Although your cultivation will regress, you don't have to worry. I will help you too to break through to the next level." The world-defying dragon demon said, "I will give you the complete world-defying soul. See 2979. See 2979 to obtain a complete world-defying soul. This was equivalent to increasing a very powerful strength. Dragon, Devil Emperor Venerable, Bone Emperor, and the High Priest were all envious. They wanted to do such a thing too, but since the world-defying dragon demon had already been given to the Ghost Emperor and High Priest, they couldn't do anything about it. Lord Supreme Dragon, we will definitely capture Qinxiang alive." The High Priest was overjoyed and very confident. Although we have temporarily fallen back to the venerable ancestor later stage, our strength still far surpa. SES Qinxiang's. We will definitely be able to complete it exceptionally well. He was very confident in his own strength. He felt that no matter how strong Qinxiang was, he would not be able to defeat him and the High Priest. The head of Forget-Me Race said, "How about we send someone to move with you guys? Qinxiang knows how to use spatial techniques to teleport. It would be easier to catch him with more people." The Ghost Emperor and High Priest did not understand the Forget-Me divine race, but they knew that the head of Forget-Me Race was very powerful, so they nodded their heads. It was a good thing that someone helped them. It would reduce their strength and increase their chances of capturing Qinxiang. "All right, when will you leave and enter the forest?" Head of Forget-Me Race was very clear about the situation inside and knew that Sun Lingxing would definitely be accompanying him. Sun Lingxing was very important to them. "Let's go tonight." The Ghost Emperor said. So, our people were studying for a long time, he said. CFWX. Long Houchin. You will meet up with us here at night. The reason the head of Forget Me race sent his own people to follow them was to prevent Sun Lingxing from getting accidentally killed by them. It was fine if they couldn't catch Qin Xiang, but Sun Lingxing had to be caught. Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing didn't know that the Forget Me divine race and the demonic dragon had allied themselves and were preparing to go inside to capture them. However, they were already extremely vigilant now, so they were very careful when they went out. Now, Qin Xiang was also frantically refining and Guo sent S, although this type of poison would not kill people. He felt that it was more terrifying than killing people. He had experienced it before. If Tang Zhongjie did not cure him with the antidote, he did not know what kind of torture he would have in the end. Sun Lingxing was resting in her room. During this period of time, she had become more and more familiar with the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, causing her desire to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum to grow. But now was not the time. The underground palace Sun Lingxing built was extremely secretive. At this time, there were many dragon demons and Forget Me divine race searching for them, but they couldn't find where they were. Especially the patriarch of the Forget Me divine race. He felt hatred in his heart because the old man, who was in charge of tracking others, had been killed. In this way, they would need more time to find Qin Xiang and his group in the forest. In order to increase their manpower, the dragon demons had even bribed many old fellows who were hiding in the forest. At this moment, they were also looking everywhere for Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing, and if they found them, they would be able to obtain very generous rewards. Although they knew that Qin Xiang had a lot of methods, they were more confident in their own strength. Even though they had already fallen from world-defying stage to the venerable ancestor later stage, they felt that they could still take Qin Xiang down easily even if they met Qin Xiang. Of course, they had brought some venerable ancestor later stage underlings with them, so they were all very confident. Although the big shots under the world-defying dragon demon's command looked friendly on the surface, they were all unwilling to work together. It was very difficult to get them to work together. The Ghost Emperor and High Priest thought that if they could capture Qin Xiang, then the contributions would be the greatest, and the world-defying dragon demon would set their sights on them. Therefore, when they came in, they separated at the same time, and the Forget Me divine race and the other divine body, venerable ancestor, did the same. They would definitely not submit to these outsiders. If they were to gather together, it would indeed be a very powerful force, but right now it was just a piece of loose sand. This forest is not big. Could it be that we have to dig open the forest to find Qin Xiang? The Ghost Emperor was currently standing on a large tree. He was in a bad mood because, after searching for 2, he couldn't find any clues. Lord Ghost Emperor, I just found out that Qin Xiang also has a friend here. He has a friend named Tang Zhongjie, and it's right inside here. If we find him, we might be able to lure him out. A middle-aged man suddenly flew up and said to the Ghost Emperor, Tang Zhongjie originally had a few friends who knew about Qin Xiang, and among those friends of his, there were a few who had forgotten about benefits and ties, thus the matter of Tang Zhongjie's good relations. I+P with Qin Xiang was also known by the Ghost Emperor. Can you find that Tang Zhongjie? Hearing that, the Ghost Emperor was secretly happy and said quickly, Tao crystal is not a problem, but this matter must be kept a secret. We cannot let the High Priest know. Now that the Ghost Emperor finally had some clues, he was worried that the High Priest would find out, so he had to move quickly. Go and ask the person who revealed this information. If he is able to help us find Tang Zhongjie, we can give him 1,000,000,000,000 Tao crystal. If he could capture Qin Xiang, forget about 1,000,000,000,000. Even 1,000,000,000,000 was worth it. As Qin Xiang was refining the and Guo sent, Sun Lingxing suddenly took out the communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to him. Qin Xiang, are you in closed-door cultivation right now? The situation outside is not good. The divine body venerable ancestor is here. I found 3 of them through the rats, and they're all very strong. I'm not their opponent. You have to be careful when you leave." When Qin Xiang received Sun Lingxing's message, he was only slightly surprised. He was not afraid of the divine body, venerable ancestor S at all. "I understand. If you go out by yourself, you must be careful. It's best if you don't go out." Qin Xiang immediately replied, "Of course." Sun Lingxing did not want to go out. She only wanted to wait here quietly for the world-defying stage divine mausoleum to open, and then go in with Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang thought so too, but things did not go as well as he had imagined. This was because not long after Sun Lingxing had sent the message, he had received a message from Tang Zhongjie. "Qin Xiang, you have to hide. Those fellows have already gone insane trying to find you." When Tang Zhongjie sent a message to Qin Xiang, he was extremely furious. Qin Xiang immediately asked, "Old Tang, what's wrong?" However, he did not receive a response, even after waiting for a long time. Did they arrest old Tang? Qin Xiang immediately had such a guess, and then used the 6 realms time and C door S to teleport to the vicinity of old Tang's location. Qin Xiang listened carefully and saw that it was Tang Zhongjie screaming in pain. He immediately teleported into the hollow of the tree and saw that the Ghost Emperor was beating Tang Zhongjie up with a chain that burned with black flames. C 2980. C 2980. Qin Xiang never thought that the Ghost Emperor would come to the primordial forest. The Ghost Emperor was from the world-defying stage. If he appeared in the forest now, it meant that his cultivation had regressed. He belonged to the venerable ancestor later stage. "Hurry up and tell me where Qin Xiang is, or else you'll be in a lot of trouble from now on." The Spirit Emperor stepped on Tang Zhongjie's old face and asked sternly, "If you do not, I will not kill you. I will only make you wish you were dead." "Pa, even if I were to die, I wouldn't do it. I don't want some people to betray their friends like they did." Tang Zhongjie looked at the old man behind the Ghost Emperor in anger. It was obvious that this old man had betrayed him. "You're being stubborn, aren't you? I'll smash your mouth right now." The Ghost Emperor sneered, then brandished the chain again. Just as he swung the chain, he suddenly felt a very weak spatial fluctuation. Only Qin Xiang was able to use the power of a C here, causing him to be overjoyed because Qin Xiang had arrived and was just around the corner. He believed that he would be able to catch Qin Xiang soon, and when he obtains the complete world-defying soul, he would be stronger than the Bone Emperor and Dragon Demon Ancestor. "Qin Xiang, I know you are nearby." The Ghost Emperor suddenly laughed sinisterly, and just as he was laughing wildly, he suddenly smelled an intoxicating fragrance, which immediately made him feel refreshed, but he quickly reacted. This is the poisonous scent. When the Ghost Emperor came in, he was responsible for leading the way as well as the suppression of the poisonous scent in the Sea of Guo flower. He had never smelt this kind of poisonous scent before, but from the description of poison, he immediately knew that he had been poisoned with the Guo scent's poison. Guo scent that had been refined by Qin Xiang using the crash method were extremely terrifying, and the poison itself was extremely dense. If one could smell even a little bit of the poison, it would be extremely difficult to resist the spread of the poison. The people inside the tree hole were all poisoned. Qin Xiang saw an old man taking out an antidote pill. He immediately teleported in and hit the old man with his palm, causing the old man's body to be covered in blood mist. The old man had the detoxification pill, and the person that was clearly in the forest for a long time was the old man that sold Tang Zhongjie out. "Qin Xiang, you're so despicable." The Ghost Emperor was currently immersed in an indescribable beauty, but in his heart he clearly understood that he needed to resist this devilish feeling of relaxation, or else he would sink into it. "A guy like you has the word despicable? I've never seen a man as brazen as you." Qin Xiang took out an antidote pill for Tang Zhongjie to eat, then took out a jade box. With a cold expression, he walked in front of the Ghost Emperor. At this time, the Ghost Emperor's expression was hideous, and waves of comfort were constantly salting his body, but he had to resist this feeling of comfort. At the same time, this feeling of comfort also made him infatuated, making him want to relax his entire body and let this comfortable feeling spread throughout his body, causing him to be in a contradiction of pain. Chen Xiang opened the jade box. Inside were all some purple powder. He grabbed a handful and scattered them all over the Ghost Emperor. When the Ghost Emperor saw the purple powder, he knew that it was W.A.N. Guo sent us, but they had actually been turned into powder by Chen Xiang. When he saw the powder, he felt that he was going to be trapped in a situation where life and death were worse than death. At this time, the other dragon demons had already given up on resisting, and were all intoxicated in the poisonous scent. He's pretty good. He didn't faint right away. Chen Xiang stomped his foot on the Ghost Emperor's face. You have killed Time Ghost, and now we shall settle this debt. Don't worry, I won't let you die immediately. Time Ghost. You actually know the Time Ghost, so his time down meridians are in your possession? Although he was immersed in the W.A. and Guo poison, he was extremely afraid. He was afraid that when the W.A. and Guo poison flared up in the future, he would not be able to use it to cure the poison, and he would not be able to try it again. This would be a very painful thing. That's right, so I must avenge the Time Ghost. You fellow who worked for the Dragon Demon. Today I will let you know how terrifying I, Chen Xiang, am. After Chen Xiang killed the other dragon demons, he looked at the Ghost Emperor from inside the hollow of the tree. He took out the 6 realms mirrors and had the Ghost Emperor sit on top of it, and waited like this for the Ghost Emperor to wake up. After the Ghost Emperor woke up, he had already recovered a bit of his strength. He could struggle crazily and wanted to escape from the 6 realms mirrors, but his strength was too weak. Chen Xiang quickly released me. The Ghost Emperor knew that the Forget-Me divine race had a way to cure the poison, so he hoped to be able to leave the forest as soon as possible the next time the poison appeared. Why should I let you out? You are my enemy, and you mistreated my friend. Even if I were to be kicked in the head by a donkey, I would never do such a foolish thing as letting you go. Chen Xiang crossed his hands against his chest and leaned against the wall, looking at the Ghost Emperor. Had experienced it before, so he had a deep understanding of it. He also knew that torturing others using this method was the most cruel and much more painful than torturing his body. The Ghost Emperor started to curse, but Chen Xiang remained indifferent. After being injured by the Ghost Emperor, Tang Zhongjie had gradually recovered. He was standing right beside Chen Xiang, waiting for the W.A.N. Guo poison on the Ghost Emperor's body to flare up. Their eyes were all filled with antic P-ation, as if they were waiting to watch a big show. The Ghost Emperor felt hatred in his heart. He couldn't understand why he would be so unlucky to actually meet a guy like Chen Xiang. Very quickly, the W.A.N. Guo poison on the Ghost Emperor's body flared up, and that addiction caused his body to tremble. He longed for the intoxication brought by the poisonous scent as it could numb the pain on his body. Who else came in here other than you? Chen Xiang asked, then took out a jade box. Inside the jade box was the purple-colored W.A.N. Guo poison powder. Also, and the High Priest. The Ghost Emperor's heart had already collapsed. He immediately told Chen Xiang everything he knew and told him all of their plans. The High Priest is here too. This is great. Chen Xiang's eyes shone. He was extremely happy. The world-defying dragon demon actually has a complete set of world-defying soul in its hands. But unfortunately, you won't be able to enjoy it anymore. Chen Xiang was anxious to deal with the High Priest, so he released a ball of fire and killed the Ghost Emperor. Seeing the Ghost Emperor burnt to ashes by the world-defying G.O.D. fire, Chen Xiang kept the 6 realms mirrors and brought Tang Zhongjie to Sun Lingxing's underground palace. The spirit star isn't here. Chen Xiang was shocked. Sun Lingxing had actually left, and the outside world was extremely dangerous. Other than the few Forget-Me divine races, there was also the high priest, who was an evil and vicious bee. Astard. C. 2981. C. 2981. Old Tang, you recuperate here first. Chun Xiang told Tang Zhongjie to stay here. Then he took out the communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to Sun Lingxing. He did not receive Sun Lingxing's reply. It was clear that Sun Lingxing's current situation was extremely bad, just like the Tang Zhongjie before him. Spirit Star, do not let anything happen to you. Chun Xiang felt that Sun Lingxing had a huge future. Once she entered the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, she would definitely be able to gain great power, and at that time, she would be able to be of great help to him. Moreover, he had gotten along well with Sun Lingxing, and the two of them had a very good relations. H-I plus P. Qin Xiang entered the Six Realms Time and S-P-A-C door, but he could not find Sun Lingxing's Wheel of Fate. The Wheel of Fate of Spirit Star isn't here? What is going on? Qin Xiang was extremely shocked. He had previously tried to find the world-defying Stage Tao Ancestor, or even the world-defying Stage Dragon Ancestor's Wheel of Fate, but now he couldn't find Sun Lingxing. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Could it be? Could it be that Spirit Star is dead? Chun Xiang's heart jumped, then he shook his head. Nothing will happen to Spirit Star. She is so strong, so she shouldn't die that easily. Chun Xiang did not dare believe such a thing. He immediately sent all his rats out to search for Sun Lingxing in the forest. He himself had entered the forest and teleported everywhere, searching for traces of Sun Lingxing. Very quickly he pa S, said by a swallowing mouse, and saw Sun Lingxing's figure. He immediately teleported over. The invisible Qin Xiang saw that Sun Lingxing was covered in purple iron chains, causing her to lose her soul. In front of her was a bloodied head, which belonged to an old lady. Sun Lingxing, who was tied up, was kneeling in front of a human head with a painful expression. Although she did not cry, she could not hide the sorrow in her heart. There were also 3 men dressed in purple and gold here. They were all extremely powerful, with bursts of world-defying stage divine power chi on their bodies and a wave of power. Their bodies were already close to the physique of the world. As long as they were given time, they would be able to cultivate the body of the world and step into the world-defying stage. This kind of ancestor, also known as the Divine Body Venerable Ancestor, was extremely powerful. Sun Lingxing, the reason why this old woman ended up like this is all because of you. One of the men sneered. If it wasn't for you leaving the forget-me divine race back then, she wouldn't be here right now. But grandmother is already dead. Why? Why did she appear here again? Sun Lingxing felt his heart ache looking at Sun Lingxing's soulless appearance. She didn't die. She was just imprisoned by the clan leader. The clan leader was worried that you would run away in the future, so he deliberately left that out. If we didn't take out her head, you wouldn't have been lured out so easily, right? The man chuckled. Now I've finally caught you. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have done it this way. Sun Lingxing closed her eyes. 2 clear lines of tears flowed down, and when she opened her eyes, there was an endless amount of hatred in her eyes. She, who was originally kind, now looked like a peerless evil woman, as her entire body released waves of black killing intent. The 3 divine body venerable ancestors were all shocked. Seal her quickly. Just as the man finished speaking, he was enveloped by a cloud of purple mist. Qin Xiang threw out all the W-A-N guo poison in his hands, and they formed bursts of purple powder that covered the 3 divine body venerable ancestor like a sandstorm. Such a dense W-A-N guo poison. As long as they could inhale even a little bit of it, they were finished, and such a sandstorm of poison powder had entered the mouths of the 3 divine body venerable ancestor. In an instant, they were poisoned to the end and fainted. Smelling this kind of poisonous scent, Sun Lingxing, who had originally become extremely irritable, as if a peerless evil woman was awakening, gradually calmed down and returned to her original state, then fell asleep as well. Chen Xiang hurried over and sealed the 3 divine body venerable ancestor S inside the 6 realms mirrors. He then picked up Sun Lingxing and placed him in a quiet place in the Yao Mountain Villa. High Priest. Chen Xiang's rat had discovered the figure of the High Priest. All right, let's settle this together. Chen Xiang immediately released a burst of aura and, at the same time, collected all the poison powder that had fallen in the air. Very quickly, the High Priest sensed Chen Xiang's qi and happily brought his men over. However, halfway through, he was suddenly hit by a burst of purple powder, and by the time he smelled that it was a type of poisonous scent, he knew he was done for. Chen Xiang, you used a guo poison on me? The High Priest was terrified. Yes, you know this poison. Chen Xiang smiled slightly, then slapped the High Priest, whose face was filled with fear. The slap had even shattered the High Priest's bones. This was like a slap to the face, causing the High Priest's head to be smashed. UBASTARD, I'm going to fight you to the death. The High Priest roared crazily and then rushed towards Chen Xiang. However, the moment he waved his hand, he fell to the ground and started twitching. Chen Xiang fiercely stomped on his body a few times and laughed coldly. You worked hard to help the world, defying Dragon Demon break the seal. But he actually abandoned you like a piece of trash. He arranged for you and the Ghost Emperor to come in so that you guys could die. That's because you are trash in his eyes, so he will throw you away without feeling any heartache at all. The High Priest roared in anger as if struck by lightning. It's not like that. I'm loyal and devoted to my lord. He only sent me because he values me. Don't be a B*****. If that's really the case, then he definitely shouldn't have sent me over. You all don't understand me well enough. But world-defying Dragon Demon knows very well. He is very clear on how terrifying the myriad Tao divine arts I cultivate are. He also knows that the spatial technique that I have mastered makes it so easy for me to deal with you all. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. So, you are already of no value in his eyes, so he feels that it's better to let you guys give him a last bit of help before I die, to see what stage I have grown to. UBASTARD. The High Priest did not believe Chen Xiang's words, but he had already crumbled and continued to shout. Chen Xiang sneered and smashed his palm towards the High Priest. He struck out a set of world-defying D-fire, burned this evil Dragon Demon High Priest to death, and then returned to Sun Lingxing's underground palace. Chen Xiang let Sun Lingxing out from the Yao Mountain Villa, placed her on the bed in her room, then sat down beside the bed and patiently waited for her to wake up. At this moment, he was a little worried about Sun Lingxing. He was worried that Sun Lingxing was an extremely terrifying female devil in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sealed inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. C-2982. C-2982 Chen Xiang waited for more than 2 hours, but there was no sign of Sun Lingxing waking up. This caused him to be a little worried, and then he went to check on her situation. It's hard to imagine a woman's body being this powerful. Chen Xiang had thought that Sun Lingxing's body was severely injured, but after inspecting it, he discovered that Sun Lingxing's body was extremely tough, and even if he released his consciousness inside, it would be extremely difficult to investigate. The unconscious Sun Lingxing felt an extremely strong force enter his body to resist all the powers outside. Chen Xiang then went to check on the situation of Sun Lingxing's Divine Sense C. The Divine Sense C is very healthy without any injuries, but why is she still not awake? Chen Xiang felt that a strong rancor like Sun Lingxing should not be in deep sleep for so long. After all, her body was in a very good condition right now. He waited for another 2 hours, but Sun Lingxing still had not woken up. I wonder how old Tang is doing now. Let's find him and ask. Qin Xiang walked out of Sun Lingxing's room and waited in the hall. Tang Zhongjie was injured just now, but it was not a very serious injury and he could quickly recover. Right now he is in a very good condition. After he walked out of the room, he saw Qin Xiang here and immediately asked, "This place is not bad. Did you build it?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "I didn't build it. It's a woman. She's already set out. I don't know why, but she's very strong. She shouldn't have fainted for so long and she wasn't hurt." Tang Zhongjie frowned. Her situation. To be able to build such a stone room. Tang Zhongjie was very curious about the background of this woman. To be able to build such a good place in this forest. He was an antique of the primordial forest, but he did not know about this. Qin Xiang told Tang Zhongjie about Sun Lingxing's situation. After listening to Qin Xiang's narration, Tang Zhongjie's expression became extremely solemn, and she said, "She almost awakened an extremely evil and terrifying power earlier. Fortunately, she did not succeed, or else the consequences would be unthinkable. Why did she awaken such a power? Could it be that she possessed such an evil and powerful strength in her previous life in the world, defying stage divine mausoleum?" Qin Xiang asked. "It's very possible, but it might not be true. Perhaps the power of her previous life was sealed inside the world defying stage divine mausoleum, and after so many years, it has become extremely evil. When she tried to forcefully awaken previously, she was also affected by this kind of effect." Tang Zhongjie finished and then shook her head. "But that's impossible. The world-defying stage divine mausoleum has not opened yet, so she can't directly feel the energy inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, much less extract it out. Then what's going on?" When Qin Xiang thought about it, he also felt that it was inconceivable. World-defying stage divine mausoleum was still sealed, so there was no aura inside that leaked out, so it was impossible for Sun Lingxing to obtain any power from it. Tang Zhongjie thought for a while. His body suddenly shook and said, "There is only one possibility, and that is that her power is sealed in the everlasting forest. Furthermore, it is very evil, and this might be related to her previous life. Of course, this is only my current guess. According to what you said, she should be a very kind-hearted woman who absolutely shouldn't have that kind of frightening power." Qin Xiang recalled that Sun Lingxing once told him that the elders in the Forget-Me divine race did not allow her to enter this prideful forest. Qin Xiang immediately told Tang Zhongjie about this. After Tang Zhongjie heard it, he frowned. "It seems like my guess is not wrong. Even if that power is not hers, only she can obtain it. There must be a hidden powerful force in this forest that can be devoured and sealed. Only a spirit star can absorb that energy." Qin Xiang asked. Tang Zhongjie nodded his head. "It should be so. Forget-Me divine race knows about it too. So she is not allowed to enter. I never thought that there would be such a secret hidden in this forest. I have been here for so many years, yet I do not know about it. Old Tang, do you know when she'll wake up?" Qin Xiang brought Tang Zhongjie to Sun Lingxing's bedside. After Tang Zhongjie investigated further, he was just as surprised as Qin Xiang at the toughness of Sun Lingxing's body. That kind of power far exceeded his imagination. "What's wrong?" Seeing Tang Zhongjie's expression, Qin Xiang was also a little worried. Her body is exceptionally strong, and she is already at the level of world-defying holy body. However, she was suppressed, which resulted in her physical body being restricted. If not, she would be even more powerful, and this Sun Lingxing must be hiding some huge secret. Tang Zhongjie said, "For her to possess such a powerful body right now makes me feel that this is equivalent to a container of superpower, which is to say the power sealed here can only be swallowed by the world-defying holy body." Sun Lingxing's body had actually reached the world-defying holy body's level. This was an existence that was as strong as the world-defying stage Tao Ancestor S and world-defying stage Evil Ancestor S. It's just that I don't know if it's the initial or mastery of the primordial divine body. The world-defying stage Dragon Ancestor was an initial stage of the primordial divine body. but he was much stronger than the world-defying dragon demon. This level of strength is definitely at large success. If it was at the initial stage, I would definitely be able to see that it is only slightly stronger than the primordial profound body. Although Tang Zhongjie was only a venerable ancestor later stage, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He believed in his own judgment. Spirit star, spirit star. Chen Xiang gently called out. He wished for Sun Lingxing to wake up quickly, but Sun Lingxing was still peacefully sleeping, breathing evenly, looking as though he was sleeping soundly. There's only one possibility for why she hasn't woken up yet. She felt that she might not be able to control herself, so she chose to seal herself in and let herself sleep. Otherwise, she would definitely wake up. It might just devour the evil energy that is sealed here and turn her into an evil demon. Tang Zhongjie guessed. If you want her to wake up, you can try to find that energy and deal with that evil energy. This way she might wake up. How can I find that power? Qin Xiang looked at Sun Lingxing and caressed her face as he asked. He should be in the forest of the everlasting stone. I feel that you are better at this than me, so you should think of a way yourself. Tang Zhongjie said. He was captured by the high priest previously, so it was clear that he was not strong enough. All right, I'll take a look now. Chen Xiang left the underground palace and floated high up in the sky. Then he used the Dao Heart Eye to fly above the forest, wanting to try and see if he could see where the peerless evil energy was hiding. Chen Xiang searched for a few, but he didn't find anything. Instead, he saw quite a few dragon demons searching for something. Are these demons looking for me? Chen Xiang flew down and killed a dragon demon. From the dragon demon's memories, he found out that the dragon demon was not looking for him, but for that peerless evil force. C. 2983. C. 2983. This was completely out of Chen Xiang's expectations. The dragon demon also found out about the unique evil force hidden in the forest. How did the dragon know? Chen Xiang killed a few more dragon demons, but did not manage to find anything out of the memories of these dragon demons. These dragon demons only received orders to come here to search for a strong source of evil energy. These past few days, Qin Xiang did not reap any rewards. If it was before, he would not be so worried, but now, the dragon demons know of the existence of absolute evil. If they were to obtain it, the consequences would be unimaginable. He returned to the underground palace and told this matter to Tang Zhongjie. It could be that Miss Lingxing had awakened that peerless evil energy, and world-defying dragon demon was very sensitive to that power, so they could sense it immediately. Maybe he already knew about the hidden peerless evil energy inside had a forget-me race's mouth. Tang Zhongjie said, "We must get rid of this evil energy before they find us. If they get it, there will be endless troubles in the future. But I don't know how to find that power. I don't know where to start." Qin Xiang said. He wanted to find the source of the voice too, but he had already flown through the skies of the forest and had no clues at all. Have you been to the world-defying stage divine mausoleum in the center? Tang Zhongjie asked. I've been there, but I haven't found anything. The dragon demons are also searching the area. If they found anything, they would have made a move. Chen Xiang was using his heaven-devouring rat to stare at the entrance of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, but the dragon demon did not discover anything. Chen Xiang not only used his heaven-devouring rat to keep an eye on the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. There were many places in the forest where heaven-devouring rat were active. Once the dragon demon discovered something, he would definitely find out immediately. It seems that there really is no way to find it. Since it doesn't appear on the surface, then it must be hidden underground. This requires a lot of time to find it, Tang Zhongjie said. Yes, Chen Xiang had already ordered a portion of the heaven-devouring rat to dig into the ground to search, and now he did not plan to go out to look either. As long as he controlled the heaven-devouring rat well, it would be fine. A few days later, although the heaven-devouring rat could not find the absolute evil spirit, but they did hear a shocking piece of news. He heard a few dragon demons discussing a matter called world-defying stage heavenly sect. Because their master, the world-defying dragon demon, had been in contact with some people from the world-defying stage heavenly sect and seemed to be cooperating with them. Now, the world-defying stage heavenly sect was also planning to send people to search for the unique evil spirit force. When Chen Xiang heard this news, he immediately told Tang Zhongjie, "Old Tang, do you know this world-defying stage heavenly sect?" Chen Xiang saw that Tang Zhongjie was deep in thought and was secretly surprised. "Yes, I know that world-defying stage heavenly sect, because I am from the world-defying stage heavenly sect." Tang Zhongjie sighed. "I didn't expect that world-defying stage heavenly sect would It actually removed the seal." Tang Zhongjie actually came from the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Is the world-defying stage heavenly sect very powerful? I heard from those dragon demons that even the world-defying dragon demon are very afraid of the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Chun Xiang asked quickly. Yes, the world-defying stage heavenly sect is extremely powerful, but it was sealed by a mysterious power. At that time, I was unable to enter the world-defying stage heavenly sect, nor could I leave the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Tang Zhongjie said, "World-defying stage Tao ancestor and world-defying stage dragon ancestor have also stayed in world-defying stage heavenly sect before, and even world-defying dragon demon and world-defying stage evil ancestor have some relations. I plus P with this world-defying stage heavenly sect." Tang Zhongjie had previously said that when he came to this forest, the myriad Tao mausoleum had not been completed yet. Before that, Tang Zhongjie was already someone from the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Where is the world-defying stage heavenly sect? Why haven't I heard of it before? When Chen Xiang was in the flying dragon peg, he had never heard of such a powerful existence, nor had he heard of the world-defying stage dragon ancestor mentioning it. Not mentioning you, there are many old fellows in the forest who don't know about this, but only a few of us who came from the world-defying stage heavenly sect know about the existence of this world-defying stage heavenly sect. All of us world-defying stage heavenly sect disciples can easily step into the world-defying stage. But in order to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, we chose to wait here. Tang Zhongjie said, "I wonder how strong the world-defying stage heavenly sect will be. If they want to deal with you, you better be careful." "I'm not afraid of them." Chen Xiang planned to refine more WAN Guo poison powder, and he had previously used this poison to knock down the divine body venerable ancestor-ess. Tang Zhongjie shook his head. "It's impossible for you to use WA and Guo poison. They must be on guard against you. World-defying stage, heavenly sect breaking the seal right now means that they are prepared to do something big. Furthermore, when they were sealed previously, the bottom of the crater had increased a lot of power, so it was not easy for them to deal with them. If they are venerable ancestor later stage, are they very strong as well?" Qin Xiang asked. "It must be very strong. Of course, this is mainly reflected in their divine tools, so their defense and attack power should be very strong." Tang Zhongjie said, "Many years ago in the world-defying stage heavenly sect, I saw a type of world-defying artifact that was specially made for the venerable ancestor later stage. In terms of defense or offense, if they were wearing such armor, their defense would increase at least 5 or even 10 times. Qin Xiang thought about it. The reason why the previous high priest and the ghost emperor and even the 3 divine body venerable ancestor-s were so easily killed by him was mainly because they did not guard against his WAN Guo poison-s. Who knows, maybe they have a deep understanding of that peerless evil power. It would be bad if they found out about it." Qin Xiang said, "I have to keep an eye on them." Qin Xiang released even more heaven-devouring rat. This sudden appearance of the world-defying stage, heavenly sect caught him off guard, and it was so mysterious and powerful. What worried him the most was that the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, and the world-defying dragon demon were very close. It's possible that they don't know that they are here for the world-defying stage divine mausoleum now. When I was in the world-defying stage, heavenly sect back then, there were many legends about the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. And now that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum is about to open, it wouldn't be strange for them to appear here since they have already broken the seal. Tang Zhongjie said, "Right now, I'm just worried that they will ally with the world-defying dragon demon." Chun Xiang sighed, then came to Sun Lingxing's room. Looking at the sleeping Sun Lingxing, he suddenly had an idea, which was to see if he could communicate with him. Go into her divine sense, see. And see. Only she knows where that peerless evil energy is. Chun Xiang covered Sun Lingxing's forehead with his hand and tried to see if he could enter the depths of her divine sense see world to search for her soul. See 2984. See 2984. Chun Xiang easily entered Sun Lingxing's divine sense see world, but he could not find her soul. Sun Lingxing's divine sense see world was extremely simple. It was just an empty patch of white with nothing at all. It's really big. At this time, Chun Xiang allowed a strand of his own divine soul to enter Sun Lingxing's divine sense see and quickly flew inside, looking for Sun Lingxing's soul. His divine soul have flown for a few hours inside, but it is still a vast and white world, without borders and without anything. Could it be that sealing oneself up is like this? Chun Xiang knew that this was not the way to go it. All right, let's try another method. Chun Xiang allowed his complete divine soul to enter Sun Lingxing's divine sense see. Then he calmed his heart to see if he could sense Sun Lingxing's soul. Not long after, he had a feeling. Spirit Star, is that you? Chun Xiang did not know how to describe that inexplicable feeling, but he suddenly felt a kind of gentleness surging over. It's me, it's me. Sun Lingxing's very excited voice floated into Chun Xiang's mind, but Chun Xiang still hadn't seen her, so at that time he would feel like Sun Lingxing was being locked up. Lingxing, how are you now? Why can't you wake up? Chun Xiang asked quickly. Just like what Uncle Tang said, once I wake up, I will be devoured by that peerless evil energy. I can hear you talking outside, but I am unable to communicate with you. I have sealed up my body and the divine sense see, so that peerless evil energy will not be able to sense me. Sun Lingxing said, Old Tang's really amazing. He's already guessed it. Chun Xiang said, then what do we do now? Find the peerless evil force and deal with it. Uncle Tang also said before. Sun Lingxing said, that's correct, but you need to be careful. This exceptional evil spirit is extremely terrifying. If you find it, accidentally take care of it. Once you are targeted, then you will be swallowed by this power. If your body cannot take it, then it will explode. How can I find it? Chun Xiang asked. Now a mysterious force called World-Defying Stage, Heavenly Sect, has appeared here. They seem to be searching for this exceptional evil force. And also the dragon demons and forget-me divine race. They're very interested in this peerless evil energy. We can't let them find it, or else the consequences will be very serious. Sun Lingxing said, especially World-Defying Stage, Heavenly Sect. World-Defying Stage, Heavenly Sect is no longer the World-Defying Stage, Heavenly Sect of before, and after being sealed for billions of years, the World-Defying Stage, Heavenly Sect has long deteriorated. Furthermore, the reason they were sealed was also because they had started to walk the evil path back then. Spirit Star, do you know so much about World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect? Could it be that you already know about your previous life? Chun Xiang did not expect Sun Lingxing to actually be a World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect. This was something even Tang Zhongjie was not clear of. Tang Zhongjie was outside at that time, and if he wanted to return to World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect, the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect was already sealed, so it was impossible for him to enter or leave. Thus, he had no choice but to come to this place, as he did not know how the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, was sealed. My past life had some sort of relations. H-I plus P with the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, so we can talk about it in the future. Everything can only be done after I enter the world-defying stage, divine mausoleum. In short, for world-defying stage, heavenly sect to be able to cultivate guys like the world-defying stage evil ancestor and the world-defying dragon demon. They're definitely not good people. Sun Lingxing said, I will guide you to search for that exceptional demonic energy that was condensed from the cultivation of many world-defying stage S who had retreated for many years. Back then, many evil world-defying stage entered this place in order to enter it, so when their cultivation regressed, they were gathered in the formation beneath the forest. After the cultivation of the Ghost Emperor and High Priest regressed, their powers were also absorbed by the peerless evil spirit force. Chen Xiang thought that the power would dissipate, but he never expected that it would be condensed. Where is the supreme evil force? After I find it, what do I need to do? Qin Xiang asked. After you find it, use the world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire to burn it. I know you can use world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire. Although she seemed to be asleep, she could feel everything happening outside. Previously, she had sensed that Chen Xiang was using world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire to burn something. That's it. Qin Xiang felt that it was way too easy. I need you to use a world-defying stage divine power that is strong enough to activate the world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire! You can use the very strong world-defying stage divine power. Sun Lingxing was also aware that there were 3 women in Qin Xiang's Yuyao Mountain Villa, and one of them was actually from world-defying stage. At that time, she was secretly shocked in her heart, as there were not many women in the world-defying stage. But Chen Xiang had hidden one with him. Then, Sun Lingxing told Qin Xiang the location of the ultimate evil energy and told him to find it himself. It's actually so deep and so deep at that. At this time, Chen Xiang had already arrived at the top of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, and the peerless evil energy was directly beneath the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. The underground palace was very big and was used to set up arrays. It was located very deep in the ground, and if Sun Lingxing hadn't told him, he definitely wouldn't have thought that there would be such a huge underground palace at the center of the forest. The tunnels in the underground palace intersected with one another. These were the keys to this formation. The tunnels were also very strong and very difficult to break through. So, even if one fought in the underground palace, it would be very difficult to move them. After Qin Xiang arrived here, he looked at the walls of the Pa-S Sageway, searching for the symbol that Sun Lingxing had mentioned. Very quickly he found it. This is a huge maze. If I didn't have this symbol, I might have to use all of the heaven-devouring rat in order to find it. Qin Xiang followed the symbol and walked very easily, arriving at the center of the underground palace very quickly. At the center of the underground palace was a small stone house. Qin Xiang was currently standing in front of the door, and he didn't know how to enter it. He used the white tiger leap and wanted to teleport inside, but he did not succeed. He had already placed Sun Lingxing inside the Yao Mountain Villa. At this time, he could only enter the Yao Mountain Villa and communicate with Sun Lingxing's divine sensei and ask how he was going to enter the small stone hut. You can't enter using the power of S-P-A-C? Sun Lingxing was also surprised because she felt that they should be able to enter. Yes, what do we do now? Just one more step. Chen Xiang was leaning on the stone door. The exceptional evil spirit force was inside. What's that on top of the stone door? Like a keyhole or something? Sun Lingxing asked again. Yes, there is indeed a small hole. Qin Xiang said, Do I need a key? Where are you going to get the key? This is terrible. If you want to obtain this key, you can only go to the world-defying stage Tao ancestor. Only he will give it to you. Of course, there might be people from the world-defying stage, heavenly sect. But we must not let them know that the ultimate evil energy is here, or else they will get it. Sun Lingxing said, c. 2985. c. 2985 Qinxiang was unable to see the world-defying stage Tao ancestor at all. At most, he could only see the world-defying stage dragon ancestor's soul fragments. Where could he go to get the key? Key. Qinxiang suddenly thought of something. He had already swallowed the myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation before, so the myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation was what key it was, but he felt that it was not possible, because there were a lot of keys in the myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation. Could there be that many keys? Then why did the world-defying stage Tao ancestor throw these keys everywhere? Qinxiang told Sun Lingxing about this matter. Is that the key? Qinxiang asked. Could this even be a key? It's possible that you want to see if you can condense all the power of that myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation and pour it into that small hole. Sun Lingxing said, I've heard that the key is very special and not something that we're familiar with, so I think it's possible that it's the key. Maybe the key is just a type of power, but the power that the myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation has condensed is something that the world-defying stage Tao ancestor can control. Qinxiang nodded. I'll try. He closed his eyes and concentrated on condensing the power of the myriad Tao's divine steel. He condensed it in his palm bit by bit, but he was only able to condense a little bit after an hour had passed. Let's give it a try. He placed the white light mist into the small hole on the stone door, and after entering the small hole, the stone door suddenly moved, causing Qinxiang to be extremely happy. He had originally thought that the stone door would open later, but after the stone door moved, there was no movement. This made him very confused. Could it be that the power I gathered is not enough? Unable to open this stone door, Qinxiang then began to condense the myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation's power again. Now he was sure that the myriad Tao Divine Tablets formation's power was the key to open the stone door, and he only needed to condense more of that power to open the stone door and enter and use the world-defying Zhou fire to burn the ball of evil qi. Qinxiang condensed for 3 days and 3 nights. A large ball of white-colored divine steel's power condensed at the center of his palm. The stone door trembled once again, but unlike before, it only trembled for a second before it stopped. Now that the stone door was shaking continuously, Qinxiang watched for a while, reached out and opened it, easily opening the door. The inside of the stone door was pitch black. After he entered, the stone door automatically closed, and a white light suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire stone room. In the middle of the room was a giant, black bead that released a weak wave of evil energy. This is the peerless evil energy. Qinxiang looked at the gigantic bead and was shocked. At this time, he did not feel just how terrifying the evil energy the bead contained. It was not that scary. What kind of power is this? Why can't I feel its terror? Qinxiang reached out his hand to touch this huge black bead, wanting to carefully inspect it. But the moment he placed his hand on it, the black bead suddenly shook, and then a wave of black aura surged out. Seeing that, Qinxiang's face turned pale. He anxiously pulled his hand back, but he felt a berserk evil energy surging through his arm. The evil energy was invading his body, and it was so sudden, so overbearing. Luckily, he had reacted in time. He immediately released the world-defying D-Fire S into his arms, burning the evil energy that had entered his body. Only after the momentum of the evil energy was destroyed by the world-defying D-Fire was Qinxiang able to pull his hand back. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. If not for his fast reaction, he would have been swallowed by the evil energy. This is too terrifying. Qinxiang gasped for breath. His entire body had already collapsed on the ground. Looking at the black ball in front of him, he felt some fear and did not dare to approach it. How deadly! Qinxiang had already recovered from his shock at this point of time, and after consuming the world-defying stage divine power pellet, he released the world-defying G.O.D. fire to burn. The world-defying G.O.D. fire that was released by the world-defying stage divine power was extremely terrifying. Although the flame would not burn him, even he himself felt a little fearful. The gigantic black ball was burned by the invisible world-defying G.O.D. fire, and waves of white mist leaked out from its surface. Qin Xiang surprisingly discovered that the white mist was actually an extremely pure world-defying stage divine power. Spirit Star, what's going on? When I used the world-defying G.O.D. fire to burn the exceptional evil spirit force, I actually purified a very pure world-defying stage divine power. Qin Xiang anxiously contacted Sun Lingxing. This is normal. Sun Lingxing said, if you feel that it's possible, then save those world-defying stage divine power-s. It isn't impossible for you to absorb them yourself, but this might allow you to step into the world-defying stage. If I destroy this ball of exceptional evil power, wouldn't the enchantment in the forest be destroyed? Qin Xiang asked. He believed that the array formation beneath the ground was the main reason why the world-defying stage had to retreat after entering the forest. Don't worry, it won't affect the forest. Just deal with it as you wish, Sun Lingxing said. Qin Xiang's snow-white world-defying stage divine power could not help but absorb it into his body, and then use the body tempering manual within the myriad Tao divine arts to circulate the world-defying stage divine power to refine his own body. I can first strengthen my body, and the other divine body, venerable ancestor, will do the same. Qin Xiang suddenly planned to cultivate his primordial body before condensing the world-defying soul. This would help him become stronger. Qin Xiang had been burning the unique evil spirit force inside for a few days now, and everything was going smoothly. The group of exceptional evil spirit force had become much smaller. Qin Xiang suddenly heard the stone wall trembling. He immediately frowned. Could it be that someone is attacking this stone room from the outside? Qin Xiang was secretly shocked. Outside, other than the Forget-Me divine race and the dragon demon, there was also a mysterious world-defying stage, heavenly sect. The world-defying stage, heavenly sect knew a lot of things. Maybe they knew that the absolute evil energy was here, so they found this place. I wonder if this stone chamber can withstand it. Qin Xiang looked at the ball of evil qi that was shrinking, and felt that he could not stop now. It was not a good thing for the ball of evil spirit qi to fall into someone else's hands. Whatever, they shouldn't be able to come in. Qin Xiang felt that this stone room must be extremely dy and not easy to destroy. Qin Xiang had already absorbed most of the world-defying stage divine power into his body, and then refined a portion of it into a world-defying stage divine power pellet. The sound outside did not stop, and after holding on for half a day, it stopped. It could be seen that the people outside had given up, and Qin Xiang was curious whether they knew he was inside, or else they would not risk their lives to attack him. If it's the world-defying stage, heavenly sect S, maybe they also have the key. Qin Xiang suddenly thought back to what Sun Lingxing had said. The people of world-defying stage, heavenly sect, might have a key, which made him tensed up again, and quickly started to burn the ball of exceptional demonic energy. 2 days later, the peerless evil energy had been burnt and refined by his world-defying G.O.D. fire. He came to the front of the stone door, thinking about how he could leave this place safely. Just as he was thinking, the stone door suddenly trembled. This was a sign that it was about to open. C. 2986. C. 2986. Qin Xiang was startled. He immediately used the counter power to conceal himself, and made himself very, very small, and flew atop it. The stone door slowly opened. The moment a crack appeared, Qin Xiang immediately used that crack to teleport outside. After arriving outside, he was greatly shocked. There were actually many people outside, such as the dragon demons, Forget-Me divine race, as well as some men, women, and children who were all dressed in gold. Altogether, There were more than 1,000 of them. Something ran out. A person suddenly shouted. There were some people with stronger senses here who sensed something and suddenly shouted. I also sensed it. It seems to be a person, and he also used spatial force. It's Chen Xiang. Only this guy knows how to use the power of S.P.A.C. This dragon demon was actually the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable. In order to enter this place, the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable also retreated with his cultivation. While they were talking, Chen Xiang had already flew out along the tunnel. His speed was extremely fast, and after running a few rounds around the tunnel, he brought a group of people with him as he ran around, and then teleported to the top. After arriving at the top of the forest, Chen Xiang immediately used his fastest speed to return to Sun Lingxing's underground palace. Sun Lingxing had also woken up. She could feel that the ball of evil energy was no longer there, so she woke up without worry. When she came out of Chen Xiang's Yuyao mountain villa, she found out how Chen Xiang had escaped and was terrified, especially when she found out that there were a lot of people from world-defying stage heavenly sect. What are the strength levels of the world-defying stage heavenly sect? Asked. Even though he had seen it before, he did not really feel the strength of their auras, and even if he had sensed them seriously, it would not have been easy to find out just how strong they were. I'm not too sure about that right now either. If they had transformed into evil, then their strength would still be very strong. They would have been very strong in the past, but now that they have developed for so many years, they shouldn't be that weak. Sun Lingxing said. At this moment, she looked like she had undergone a great change. Her appearance was still beautiful and gentle, but her eyes flickered with wisdom. She no longer looked as innocent as she did before. Lingxing, what happened to you in the world-defying stage divine mausoleum in your previous life? Why are you trapped inside? Chen Xiang was very curious about this and asked, if I enter, will I truly be able to grasp the method to cultivate the primordial divine body? Sun Lingxing nodded his head. Yes, we can, but the first step is to obtain the legacies of the seniors inside, not just anyone. Sun Lingxing did not reply her about her previous life, and obviously wanted to avoid her. TL, you. Chen Xiang did not question him further, and said, then how much longer until the world-defying stage divine mausoleum opens? Around 15 days. I'm not too sure, but it's going to be soon. I'll bring you in when the time comes. Sun Lingxing said, I am more familiar with the underground palace. With me as the guide, it will be easier for you to go in. At least you won't get lost. With Sun Lingxing leading the way, Chen Xiang felt a lot more at ease. Furthermore, he felt that he might be able to find out what Sun Lingxing's previous life was at that time. Spirit Star, I need to refine some W.A.N. Guo poison. Chen Xiang now had even more enemies, especially that mysterious world-defying stage heavenly sect, which made him feel quite a bit of pressure. Right now, he could only hope that the W.A.N. Guo poison would be effective on the people in the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Sun Lingxing had already known that Chen Xiang was a very talented alchemist. This was information she had gathered while she was in Yuyao Mountain Villa by eavesdropping on their conversation. This allowed her to understand Chen Xiang even more. At this moment, her beautiful eyes flashed. She looked at the stone door of Chen Xiang's room and thought, if he can obtain the inheritance of pill refining, maybe he can become a terrifying guy. The most terrifying inheritance in the world, defying stage divine mausoleum, is not some technique, but the damned God mystery. I hope we can find it when we enter. Chen Xiang, who was refining a W.A.N. Guo poison, didn't know that there was an inheritance inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum that was very suitable for him. Right now, he only knew that he had to seriously prepare to enter, because at that time he would have an even more terrifying enemy to deal with. More than 10 days had passed, said. Chen Xiang originally thought that the world-defying stage divine mausoleum would open in 15 days, but he never expected that after only 13 days, Sun Lingxing would suddenly knock on his door. "Qin Xiang, it's starting." Sun Lingxing shouted. "The world-defying stage divine mausoleum's gate is about to open. Do you plan to enter as soon as possible?" "What's in it?" "If we enter later, won't it be harmful to us?" Qin Xiang knew that Sun Lingxing was extremely knowledgeable about the inside, so he decided to listen to Sun Lingxing's opinion. "If it was in the past, I could answer with absolute certainty, but I don't know now. The situation inside world-defying stage divine mausoleum is definitely not like the one I knew before." Sun Lingxing said, "It's better if we enter a bit earlier. At least we can't fall too far behind those guys." Qin Xiang nodded his head and said, "Then let's set off right now. However, if they are also there, we might end up fighting with them." Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing were both very good at fighting, but the opponent had too many people, and most of them were very strong. He felt that even if he could win, it would be very tough. When that time came, how could he have the power to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum? "Don't be afraid. When the time comes, I'll see if they dare to fight. Their final goal will still be to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. And they also know that if they fight, both of them will suffer. So they definitely won't dare to make a move." Sun Lingxing said, "Let's go." Qin Xiang and Tang Zhongjie followed Sun Lingxing and left the underground palace, and just like that, followed behind Sun Lingxing, heading towards the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. As they were walking on the road, Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing met some dragon demons, but these dragon demons actually didn't attack them. They only looked at them with extreme vigilance and followed behind them. Qin Xiang did not plan to make a move. These were all small fries. All of them could be killed in one move, and Sun Lingxing was the same. She felt that there was no need to waste her power on this kind of dragon demon. Very quickly, they arrived outside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. There were already many people gathered there. They seemed to have already agreed that they would not fight against Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing. After all, this was a very critical moment. If they fought, perhaps no one would be able to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. "Sure enough, you guys are here." The Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable looked at Qin Xiang and said, "Right now, in order to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, we will not settle our debts with you guys for the time being. After this matter has passed, said, we will definitely not let you guys off, unless you guys obediently cooperate with us right now." "Nonsense." Qin Xiang curled his lips. "If you have the guts, then make your move now. Do you think you have the ability to take care of me just because of this matter? You, the dog slave raised by the dragon and devil lord, will always be a dog slave. You will never be able to defeat me. Even your master didn't come here himself. So it's obvious that he wanted you servants to die." C. 2987. C. 2987 Qin Xiang looked at Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable, not showing any fear. "Yo, it's all because of Sun Lingxing supporting you. Are you not spouting nonsense here? Do you really think you are invincible in this world just by grasping a little bit of the power of SPAC? You know, you're just a normal human. You're just lucky to be able to grasp some of the power of SPAC. And the people here are all blessed by the myriad Tao and born with great power." The one who spoke was a man dressed in gold, with a proud face and a disdainful tone. He was someone from the world-defying stage, heavenly sect. When the golden-robed man saw that Qin Xiang did not say a word, he laughed complacently. Just as he was laughing loudly, he suddenly heard a paw sound, and was slapped in the air by Qin Xiang, causing him to fall onto the ground. Qin Xiang's palm was very sudden and very powerful. It was unleashed when Qin Xiang fully activated the world-defying stage divine power in his body. As long as he was not world-defying stage, it would be hard to resist, not to mention that his opponent would never even dream that Qin Xiang would suddenly slap his face. Ever since he was young, he had always been high up in the sky, not to mention slapping him. Even shouting at him had never happened before. But now he was slapped. "My power of SPAC is nothing special. I can only beat the sea. Pee out of others. Qinxiang snorted. You pretentious fellow, I thought you were really powerful. But it looks like you only have a little bit of humanity compared to those dog slaves. In fact, you're not even fart. The veins on his face immediately bulged and S after S of golden light shot out from his body, wanting to rush towards Qinxiang. However, a golden-clothed elderly man quickly pulled him back and then fiercely glared at him, telling him to calm down immediately. Sun Lingxing, did you kill our 3 divine body venerable ancestor S? An old man from the Forget-Me divine race asked in a deep voice. They had suffered heavy losses from losing 3 divine body venerable ancestor S, causing them endless grief and anger. Forget-Me divine race also did not expect Sun Lingxing to actually have such strength, which was completely out of their expectations. They didn't know that those 3 divine body venerable ancestor S were killed by Qinxiang, and they even fell for the Guo poison. So what? They came to capture me? Was he thinking of going back alive? Don't you allow me to kill them? Can I only let them capture me? You're too naive. Even if you send 10 of them over, they'll still be dead. Sun Lingxing's voice was ice-cold and filled with killing intent. The current her was completely different from the Sun Lingxing before. It made people feel fear. When the old man from the Forget-Me divine race saw Sun Lingxing, his heart trembled. He could not help but take a few steps back. His expression was filled with fear, causing others to be shocked. Sun Lingxing did not say that it was Qinxiang's doing, but it was also to hide the extremely strong power of Qinxiang. As long as they kept underestimating Qinxiang, they would definitely take it lightly when dealing with him. The divine body venerable ancestor was very strong. There were 4 divine body venerable ancestor S behind the old man. Even the people from the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, thought that the revered ancestors of this level were very powerful. Yet Sun Lingxing, a woman, actually killed 3 of them. Sun Lingxing, don't think that you can deal with our world-defying stage, heavenly sect, just because you can. A middle-aged man from the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, said. So, please be more honest when you enter the world-defying stage, divine mausoleum, and don't force us to take action. Now that they knew Sun Lingxing was so strong, everyone thought that the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, was afraid of Sun Lingxing, which was why they endured the humiliation. You guys are the ones who should behave. From the beginning to the end, aren't you ASTARDS the ones who are stirring up trouble? Sun Lingxing's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd, revealing a cold glint. Just from her eyes, one could see an ancient, limitless killing intent. This kind of aura was enough to stun many people. Qinxiang secretly felt that since the last time he had fainted and awakened, Sun Lingxing had indeed become very different, and he seemed to have become a lot stronger. Fortunately, his relations, HI+P with Sun Lingxing was not bad, otherwise it would be difficult for him to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum by himself. Although Sun Lingxing looked very powerful, she knew that they were currently in a difficult situation. Once the world-defying stage divine mausoleum was activated, the enchantment around the forest would disappear, and if they came out, then the world-defying stage outside would definitely make a move against them. Right now, she only hoped that after Qinxiang and her entered the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, they would be able to enter it. That way, they would have the ability to protect themselves after leaving the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. When Qinxiang refined the unique evil spirit force, he had already absorbed a large amount of world-defying stage divine power S into his body, and had even used the myriad Tao's divine arts to refine his body. Right now, his body was also extremely terrifying, but others could not see through it. Even though Tang Zhongjie had not spoken a word since the beginning, Qinxiang knew that he also had a lot of potential. After all, he was a very ancient fellow, and he was also a disciple of the world-defying stage heavenly sect at the time. In order to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, he had held back from making a breakthrough. Bang! 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 A series of sounds suddenly came up, causing the world-defying stage divine mausoleum's stone door to shake. Everyone's line of sight immediately converged on the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. They all secretly gathered their energy, preparing themselves for other people's attacks. At this critical moment, especially the people like the dragon demons, they were extremely worried that they would be ambushed, so they guarded against Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing, who were behind them. Everything could be discussed after they enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. If they were to fight outside now, maybe they would not have the chance to go in next, because the world-defying stage divine mausoleum's door would only be open for a short period of time. The first to enter were the people from the world-defying stage, heavenly sect. They seemed to have a very high status among the dragon demons and forget-me divine race, who seemed to be very respectful to them. Then the people from the forget-me divine race would go in, and the last one would be the dragon demons. "Let's go," Sun Lingxing said. "Wait a moment, be careful." "Oh right, Qin Xiang, after you enter, you must immediately give it a try and see if you can use the spatial energy." Qin Xiang was shocked. If he could not use it, then it would be troublesome. Qin Xiang, Sun Lingxing, and himself also entered the great door of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. After entering, it was pitch black inside, but they could feel the other people inside. Right now, everyone was standing in the darkness without moving because they did not know what was inside. "Wait," Sun Lingxing sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. "There will only be changes here after the door closes." Sun Lingxing indeed had some understanding of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, and very quickly the door closed and the place lit up. It was unexpectedly a magnificent hall, and what shocked everyone was that in the front of the hall there was a luxurious golden chair. Sitting on it, the middle-aged man in black robe smiled, stroked his beard, and laughed. "It's been so long since I last saw a living person. It's so delicious." See 2988. See 2988. No one had expected to see a living person upon entering. The middle-aged man had a devilish smile on his face as he scanned the crowd, his eyes filled with curiosity. No one knew just how strong he was, because not a single trace of his aura could be detected. "Who is this person?" Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Sun Lingxing. When he looked at Sun Lingxing had her head lowered, as if she was avoiding the middle-aged man's gaze. She clearly knew who this middle-aged man was. Just now, Qin Xiang had tried to enter and could not use the power of SPAC. "That's right, I can't use the power of SPAC. It's been restricted. ABASTARD, ignore him. There's something wrong with this guy's head. Looks like it will be much more difficult for us to continue. If you are a bit stronger, you might be able to break through the restrictions on SPAC here," Sun Lingxing replied. Then he looked at the lobby and his gaze landed on a door. Qin Xiang also looked at the door. Just when he wanted to ask something, Sun Lingxing grabbed Qin Xiang's hand and sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. "Let old Tang enter your Yu Yao mountain villa. I'll bring you into the depths of world-defying stage divine mausoleum." Qin Xiang and Tang Zhongjie conversed using the sound transmission, and Tang Zhongjie also agreed. He immediately placed Tang Zhongjie inside the Yu Yao mountain villa. After Sun Lingxing saw that Tang Zhongjie had disappeared, he pulled Qin Xiang along, and in an instant they flew to the front of the door, opened the door, and entered the room. Everyone was startled. They realized that there were 9 doors in the hall, and why Sun Lingxing chose the smallest one, and why it looked like it was very simple and crude. At this time, some people anxiously followed because they knew that Sun Lingxing was sealed in the world-defying stage divine mausoleum in his previous life. Maybe Sun Lingxing knew something, and that was why he ran towards that door. Amongst these people, there were members of the Forget-Me Divine Race S and World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect S. They were all old people, and it was clear that they had a complete understanding of Sun Lingxing. However, just as they took a few steps forward, the middle-aged man sitting in the front of the hall suddenly waved his hand. A gust of cold wind blew past, causing those people to plus in fear. "You can't go through that door." The middle-aged man stroked his beard. "Other than that door, you can go through any other." "This. Why is that?" An old man from the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, asked. Middle-aged man in black robe looked at the old man, only to see his eyes suddenly flash. Plussing, and 2 rays of white light instantly shot out, penetrating through the old man's head. "Because you are not fit to go through that door," the middle-aged man in black robe said as he waved his hand. The old man that was killed suddenly flew over and floated in front of middle-aged man in black robe, turning into a cloud of blood. After the blood mist entered middle-aged man in black robe's body, he praised, "This old fellow's cultivation is not bad." Everyone immediately sweated profusely, all of them breaking out in cold sweat. All of their faces were filled with fear. Some of them were so scared that their legs were trembling. Middle-aged man in black robe was a strong world-defying stage, and their strongest was just venerable ancestor later stage. They were no match for it. They had not expected that this middle-aged man would suddenly attack and even directly swallow that person. "Hurry up and go, or I'll suck you all dry." Middle-aged man in black robes' eyes suddenly turned red. It was a scary sight. Everyone immediately ran Russ. Plussing towards the 8 doors. No one dared to rush towards the fan Sun Lingxing, just left behind. Just now it had been swallowed because of a single question from someone. Sun Lingxing brought Qinxiang to enter through the door and arrived at a bright path. "Lingxing, what's going on with that guy outside?" "He entered and didn't stop you." Qinxiang was very curious. He thought that Sun Lingxing had a grudge with the middle-aged man in black robe, but who would have thought that it would be so easy to get in? "He owes me a favor in the past, but I really hate him. This guy is very violent, but at times he's also very kind. He's a temperamental guy, and my current strength is not a match for him, so it's better not to provoke him," Sun Lingxing said. She also slowed down a lot and was extremely vigilant, as if there was some danger to the Pa-S sage. Qinxiang used the Dao Heart Eye to look around, and unexpectedly saw 2 BALLS of black objects on the 2 walls of the tunnel. He did not know what it was, and quickly told Sun Lingxing what he saw just now. "Did you really see it? Up there? Show me," Sun Lingxing asked anxiously. Qinxiang released a small ball of fog of light, allowing it to float onto the wall in front. "This is the place." Sun Lingxing immediately waved his hand and released a white light that smashed onto the ball of light on the wall. A burst of black qi suddenly exploded out from that spot, and after the black qi gushed out, it turned into a black python with black thorns all over. The giant python came out from the wall, spitting out a purple-red snake's tongue and spraying out a burst of purplish-black mist. One could tell at a glance that this was a poisonous python infused with poison, following which something black kept appearing from both sides of the Pa-S sageway. They were poisonous bugs, such as centipedes and scorpions. The originally bright tunnel was instantly filled with purplish-red poisonous gas. The intense poisonous stench caused one to feel nauseous. Qinxiang was unable to use his spatial force and release his spatial barrier to defend against the poison aura. Originally, he was a little worried, but he felt that the poison would not be able to deal with him. "My impenetrable physique has finally become useful again." Qinxiang was secretly happy as he looked at the serious face of Sun Lingxing. Although she was not poisoned, her expression was extremely solemn, causing Qinxiang to think that these poisons would be very difficult to deal with. "World-defying G. Oh, D-Fire!" Sun Lingxing called out to Qinxiang softly. "Let's try and see if there's any effect. The poison in these substances is the most terrifying." Chun Xiang pointed his palm in front of him, then activated World Defying Stage Divine Power and activated the World Defying Zhou D Fire. A burst of energy suddenly surged out, and that was the World Defying G. O D Fire did not have any color, nor was it visible. The World Defying G. O D Fire was like a transparent dragon shuttling back and forth in the Pa Sage. In an instant, all of the poison turned into black powder. It's working. Sun Lingxing's expression was still solemn. She raised her hand and unleashed a wave of cold World Defying Stage Divine Power, sealing the 4 walls of the Pa-S Sageway. The walls were covered in a thick layer of ice, making the Pa-S Sageway look like an ice tunnel. It was extremely beautiful. Spirit Star, what are you worried about? Chun Xiang asked softly and followed behind Sun Lingxing. Sun Lingxing's beautiful face tensed up as if she was very nervous. This Pa-S Sageway can directly lead to a mysterious place. There is a suitable inheritance inside, but this Pa-S Sageway is also very dangerous. Sun Lingxing said, "What inheritance is suitable for me?" Chun Xiang did not think that Sun Lingxing was doing this for him, which made him feel touched in his heart. Dan Ji, oh, D mystery. Just as Sun Lingxing finished saying these 4 words, the Pa-S Sage suddenly shook, and the frozen ice here was instantly shattered, turning into a white mist and dissipating. C. 2989. C. 2989 Chun Xiang was shocked. This sudden force was like a flood that overflowed into the heavens, causing him and Sun Lingxing to retreat. It was an extremely terrifying world-defying stage divine power. This was the world-defying stage divine power stored in Sun Lingxing's body. When released, its power would appear to be not the least bit weaker than the one released by the world-defying stage. What is that thing so strong? Chun Xiang asked. Although there was a surge of strong power, he did not see anything. Sun Lingxing did not say anything, but walked forward step by step towards the incoming force. Although it looked like this force was very terrifying, Sun Lingxing could still resist it. Even though Chun Xiang was behind her, he could only feel a bit of pressure. Sun Lingxing was the most familiar with the place, so if she did not speak, Chun Xiang would not intervene. Very quickly, Chun Xiang followed Sun Lingxing to the end of the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a black-colored cyclone, and the wave of berserk energy was precisely released from this cyclone. What's next? Chun Xiang asked softly when he saw Sun Lingxing standing in front of the ball of air. Wait. At this time, Sun Lingxing was still releasing her world-defying stage divine power continuously to defend against the energy released by the cyclone. Spirit Star, what exactly is the Dan Ji, O D mystery that you mentioned before? Chun Xiang was very curious about this. He was an alchemist and was very concerned about things related to refining pills, especially things inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. It's something left behind by a senior, but he's already dead. Right now, we need to go to his mausoleum, and the Danji, D mystery, is in his mausoleum. Sun Lingxing said, generally, places where people are buried are extremely dangerous, so if we want to go there, it won't be that easy. It was actually something left behind by a dead person. This made Chun Xiang feel that this world-defying stage divine mausoleum was truly a mausoleum, and a mausoleum of some powerful, unrivaled DS. Lingxing, were you here in your previous life? Shouldn't you first find the mausoleum from your previous life? Chun Xiang asked. He felt that Sun Lingxing must have died in this place too in his previous life. Not for now, Sun Lingxing said. The burial ground of my previous life is very strange. It's not that easy to go to. Even though it's not as dangerous as this place, it's not good to go. Sun Lingxing had already admitted that she was here in her previous life. If she could find it, then she would definitely be able to recover a lot of her strength. So that's how it is. Spirit Star, once you recover your strength, Can you beat world-defying dragon demon and head a forget-me race? Chen Xiang asked again. I'm not sure either. I don't know how much cultivation I can recover back then. If I can recover completely, then dealing with them won't be a problem at all. I'm afraid that I can only recover a small portion. Sun Lingxing said, It's been a very long time. It's very hard for me to calculate for myself, so you have to break through to world-defying stage inside. That way we can have more security after we leave. I will definitely break through. Chen Xiang firmly believed that he would be able to do it. He had refined a lot of heaven and earth infinite Dan. If not for waiting for the world-defying stage divine mausoleum to open, he would have left the primordial forest a long time ago and cultivated to break through. Right now, in here, there was no restriction on world-defying stage. It was just that world-defying stage was not allowed to enter. The middle-aged man in black robe that was previously in the Great Hall, he was world-defying stages, and there was nothing wrong. The black cyclone at the end suddenly flashed and became white, and then produced an extremely strong suction force, causing Sun Lingxing to immediately pull Chen Xiang and jump in. After entering, Chen Xiang was secretly shocked. They actually came to a place where the sky was blood red. This place looks terrible. Chen Xiang looked around. Everything here was red, although there were many flowers and plants. All of them were blood red. Sun Lingxing nodded his head. This is a place called Blood Berserk. It is a rather terrifying place if you had more options. Some of these would have drilled out at any time. When the time comes, your world-defying God fire will directly attack. All the evil beings here are most afraid of world-defying God fire. Just how many people are there here? For example, the middle-aged man in black robe outside the Great Hall. He does not seem to be dead. Why is he inside? Chen Xiang was very curious about that middle-aged man in black robe. He is the only person left alive in the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. This is extremely painful for him because he cannot be reincarnated, nor can he be reincarnated. Sun Lingxing said, In the future, he will have to continue guarding here, and alone. Chen Xiang suddenly felt that this middle-aged man in black robe was rather pitiful, to actually suffer such a cruel punishment. Spirit Star, when you came here from your previous life, did you not die yet? Chen Xiang felt that Sun Lingxing must have known this much from staying in world-defying stage divine mausoleum for a period of time. Sun Lingxing only nodded. He did not say anything else. Originally, Chen Xiang wanted to ask about the meaning of the existence of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, but he felt that Sun Lingxing would not say it the same way Sun Lingxing said. Just as Chen Xiang was talking with Sun Lingxing earlier, one of his legs was suddenly grabbed. He lowered his head and saw a blood-red hand. This hand had no blood and flesh. It was red and black in color, and was emitting waves after waves of blood-red mist. Chen Xiang's thigh shook, and the world-defying D fire immediately rushed out. There was only a chi-chi sound, as if hot iron was dropped into cold water, and Chen Xiang was able to break away from the claw. After dragging his leg up, he cursed in a low voice. What the H? Yell. L is this thing? Why is there such a thing here? The fellows who accompanied them to the grave were said to be the enemies of many of the tomb lords. Sun Lingxing said, The world-defying stage rankers who are buried here. After they chose to be buried here, their disciples and grandchildren will be responsible for capturing their enemies and then torture them to death here, causing their souls to never die. They will also have to accompany the tomb lords here for the rest of their lives. So that's how it is. No wonder the resentment is so great. Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and then sat on it himself. Sun Lingxing also went up, and she could immediately tell that the 6 realms mirrors was a good thing. The 6 realms mirrors was flying rather quickly, because Chen Xiang was using his divine power to activate the array disc inside the 6 realms mirrors. The defensive barrier that was released was very strong, and along the way they met with many evil beings, but they were all repelled by the defensive barrier. It's right in front. Sun Lingxing pointed to the front. That is the heavenly cauldron alchemy tomb of the eternal Pil G. O.D. The interior was red, but the small mountain in front of him that looked like a round cauldron emitted a white light. That holy light seemed out of place in this blood-red and demonic environment. He looks amazing. Qin Xiang was already impatient to go over. See 2990. See 2990 in front of him. There was a round cauldron-shaped mountain with a green tree and red flowers. It looked very beautiful. This kind of expert's mausoleum is different. Qin Xiang praised. Yes, there are many enemies of this kind of powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dye this place red. Before he died, he and his disciples would come here and slaughter all of his enemies. Sun Lingxing said, "There's always a sky above the heavens. I never thought that there would be such a vast world with world-defying stage inside." Qin Xiang said, "I really didn't expect it before, that it would only be the divine wasteland." There were indeed many strongpract. One, Tioniers in the divine wasteland back then, but all of them are now lying here. Sun Lingxing said, "This is mainly because of the depletion of resources, so the later generations of world-defying stage are getting fewer and fewer, and the strong are mainly concentrated in the venerable ancestor realm. Back then, in that vast world, although there were many experts from the world-defying stage, they had also exhausted a large amount of resources. Later on, when these powerhouses died, their bodies returned to the earth and turned back into energy, watering the entire world and allowing it to develop in a balanced manner. This could also be considered a cycle of the Great Tao. Otherwise, even if they wanted to live, they would not be able to resist the laws of the Great Tao at the end, and they would still die in the end." Sun Lingxing sighed. "And next, a new great world will be born. Not long from now, a new batch of powerful world-defying stage will appear, and this group of world-defying stage will eventually return to this place." Now, Qin Xiang finally understood a little more about the meaning of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. It was actually to let the power of the world-defying stage rancor return to the myriad Taos. To nourish the life of the myriad Tao, it was just a cycle. Looks like the myriad Tao is still very mysterious. What kind of existence is he exactly? We exist within the myriad Tao, but we do not know the true nature of the myriad Tao. Qin Xiang said, "Will my final resting place also be here?" That may not be so. The main thing is how much power you absorbed from the myriad Tao. If you absorb too much of the myriad Tao's resources from beginning to end, at a certain time, you will know that your time is up. At that time, no matter what happens, you will have to die. Sun Lingxing said, "In the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, all the tomb lords all end up like this. Do not absorb myriad Tao's power?" Qin Xiang frowned. He seemed to have thought of something. Indeed, cultivating via pill forging is a type of training, but Zhang Xian said, "However, as you have seen, the myriad Tao Danji O's mausoleum is right in front of us, and he did not succeed." Sun Lingxing said, "But when I came in the past, I did hear some legends saying that myriad Tao Danji OD was halfway successful, and that there was some meaning to being half successful. I am also not very clear about it, and this is also the first time I am here." Qin Xiang immediately thought of his own crash method. His crash method was constantly allowing energy to evolve, letting it reproduce, and allowing his energy to exceed its limit. He felt that this could not be considered to be absorbing the power of the myriad Tao. He had consumed a lot of these kinds of pills, so maybe he didn't have much power in the myriad Tao, but only a few from the pills he had concocted himself. This way, his final destination might not be here, but he had reached an unprecedented realm. Many world-defying stage S were already executed when they were at their peak. Even if they had potential, they did not have the chance to Serpa. S, the last layer of limit. If he was not killed by the myriad Tao in the end, then he might have a chance to try. Thinking about it, Qin Xiang's heart couldn't help but start beating faster. Of course, he didn't want to die, and right now, compared to many other old fellows, he was relatively young. Many people thought that one would be able to live forever after reaching the peak of the divine level of the world-defying stage. Actually, that was a mistake. But on the contrary, to reach this realm is the time one's life ends. No matter how strong you are or how strong your body is, you will still be executed by the myriad Tao. Sun Lingxing looked at the mausoleum that was slowly approaching and coldly said, "To reach the peak of strength is the moment of death. This is truly ironic." Qin Xiang was secretly shocked. This Sun Lingxing had obviously had this kind of experience before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Why? Qin Xiang asked. This is the rule of a myriad of great Daos. Otherwise, if you S that boundary, then you will have the power to truly destroy tens of thousands of great Daos. Furthermore, if you continue to advance further, it will require a lot of resources, and you will have no choice but to devour tens of thousands of great Daos. This is one of the self-protection laws set down by tens of thousands of great Daos, Sun Lingxing said, and no one has ever been able to break through this rule. Unless, in the process of his cultivation, he does not rely too much on the power of the thousands of great Daos, then the tens of thousands of great Daos will regard this person as unthreatening. Even if he breaks through the final peak, he will not be a threat to the countless great Daos. Nor will he be able to devour the thousands of great Daos, because this person has already found a way to improve without relying on the energy of the tens of thousands of great Daos. Sun Lingxing raised his head to look at the round cauldron like White Mountain. His eyes were full of respect, and said, "And myriad Tao Dan, he almost succeeded. Did he really die?" Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing had already reached the bottom of the hill. There was a barrier in front of them, preventing them from getting any closer. How do we get in? Qin Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly around the small hill to check if there were any entrances. Sun Lingxing did not know either, but she was frowning and thinking deeply. It's very safe here. There's nothing here. Under the white light's illumination, Qin Xiang felt extremely comfortable and relaxed as he flew. After he flew around the mountain twice, a black shadow suddenly flew by and he hurriedly shouted, "Spirit Star, there's something. It seems to be a living person." Qin Xiang shouted in shock. Sun Lingxing regained his senses, looked around, and did not see the living being that Qin Xiang was talking about. Did you see it wrong? Sun Lingxing did not sense any aura from before either. Qin Xiang shook his head. It's definitely not that I'm wrong. Suddenly, the black shadow appeared again. Furthermore, it was flying right over that small hill. Its speed was extremely fast. This guy was outside just a moment ago, and now he actually went in. Does he have a way to go in? Qin Xiang said. This time, Sun Lingxing also saw it, so she did not suspect Qin Xiang's words anymore. Instead, she carefully observed the small mountain and shouted softly, "I am the divine maiden of myriad stars back then, and have already been reborn. Can you guide me into the myriad Tao Dan Ji, D's mausoleum?" For her to be able to reincarnate, it must be something difficult. There were many dead world-defying stages in the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, and it was said that they were fighting tooth and nail for the chance to be reborn. But in the end, they only obtained a few, and Sun Lingxing was one of them. C. 2991. C. 2991 Qin Xiang was wary of his surroundings. He was afraid that the black figure would be hostile and would suddenly attack them. By now, they were already atop the 6 realms mirrors, and the protective SHI plus ELD released by the 6 realms mirrors could protect them. The black figure suddenly appeared again, just before they flew past each other. Earlier, this black shadow was still inside the heavenly cauldron pill tomb, which was also the barrier. However, when he was flying just now, he was outside. Are you really the myriad star G? Des? I don't think so. My strength is too weak. A voice rang out. It was the voice of a man with a tone of contempt, as if it was very disdainful. Sun Lingxing knew that her cultivation was currently very low, but she did not care about how much that person looked down upon her, and only indifferently said, "That is also something that cannot be helped. It is extremely difficult for me to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum from the outside. I cannot enter with my cultivation. You should know about this, right? When I entered the Primrose Forest, my cultivation had already regressed." Sun Lingxing said, "Are you willing to enter?" That person was a bit shocked and could not believe it either, because many people were unwilling to let their cultivation regress after so much effort. "What is there to be reluctant about?" Sun Lingxing laughed faintly. "Now you can let us in, right? As far as I know, any human who comes here can enter the heavenly cauldron, Piltomb." Chunxiang and Sun Lingxing were shocked that there was suddenly a living person, but this person was still very strong, and it seemed like he was protecting the heavenly cauldron, Piltomb. "You can come in, but after you come in, it's very likely that you won't be able to leave." The voice said, "Have you made your decision yet? Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding them when the time comes." Chunxiang and Sun Lingxing looked at each other. After entering, they were unable to come out, which made them a little unwilling in their hearts. They did not want to stay in there forever. "Why can't I get out?" Sun Lingxing asked. "You are here for the myriad Tao Danji. Oh, D's Danji. Oh, D mystery, right? After letting you in, you can only leave after obtaining the Danji. Oh, D mystery. In other words, it would not be so easy for you all to obtain the Danji. Oh, D mystery after entering, because we, the disciples and disciples, have yet to find it." This person was actually myriad Tao Danji. Oh, D's disciple. No wonder he could be here. At first, we decided to follow the old man into this place to accompany him, and the patriarch told us that we could only leave this place after obtaining his Danji. Oh, D mystery. Therefore, you must make a decision. If you are unable to leave, you will have to live a very difficult life here. The heaven cauldron Piltomb seemed like a small mountain, but hearing this person's words, everyone felt as if there were a lot of people inside. "How is it? Do you want to go in?" Sun Lingxing was looking for his opinion right now, because she brought Chunxiang here for the sake of obtaining the Danji. Oh, D mystery. She just did not expect it to happen in such a way. Was also considering the Danji. Oh, D mystery was indeed very important because it could allow his pill refining skills to go a step further and might even allow him to Serpa S a limit that no one else could. However, there was a huge risk that he wouldn't be able to exit after entering. Chunxiang needed to think carefully about this. Enter. Chunxiang decided to enter. He believed that he would definitely have a way to find the Danji. Oh, D mystery, since he had many heaven-devouring rad in his possession. This would help him in his search for the Danji. Oh, D mystery. Sun Lingxing nodded his head. "We have decided to enter." No matter what decision Chunxiang made, she would not oppose it. The reason she came here was to help Chunxiang, to make him stronger. She knew about Chunxiang's pill refining potential. Only by letting Chunxiang cultivate the Danji. Oh, D mystery, would he be able to reach the pinnacle of his pill refining skills. Sun Lingxing and Chunxiang decided to enter the heavenly cauldron Piltomb at the end. The voice let out a cold laugh. "That's fine if you can't find the Danji. Oh, D mystery, then stay inside with us. After all, many of us have never seen an outsider before." It was only the first time world-defying stage divine mausoleum had opened it, so it was normal that they did not meet any outsiders. A hole suddenly appeared in the barrier that had enveloped the small mountain. That person shouted, "You can come in now." Of course, there's still time to regret. Chunxiang and Chunxiang had already decided, so there was nothing to regret. The two of them quickly walked towards the entrance and stepped into the barrier. The moment they went in, the entrance closed automatically. They knew that if they were unable to find the Danji, oh, D mystery, they would not be able to come out, so he had to find it. Especially for Chunxiang, he felt the greatest pressure. If he was unable to leave the place, and if something were to happen to the natural law world, he would not be able to save her. Sun Lingxing didn't have anything to do with it. Since she was already used to living here, she could only stay here for a little longer. I thought that only the guy in the lobby was the only person alive here. I didn't expect that there would be so many of them. After Sun Lingxing entered the enchantment, he sensed the aura of living people. Chen Xiang also sensed it and said while nodding, "It's on the ground. It seems like the myriad Tao Danji. Oh, Di's mausoleum is right underneath here." Just as Chen Xiang had thought, not long after he and Sun Lingxing had entered, he saw a stone door suddenly appear on the ground in front of them. The stone door was opened and indicated for them to enter. Although they had entered the barrier, they did not go near the small mountain and directly entered the pass, sage to the underground palace. Very quickly, Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing arrived at the underground palace. Inside, there was actually a small town with a few thousand people. The people here seemed to already know that outsiders were coming in. At this moment, they were all waiting at the entrance. They wanted to see what the people outside looked like. As a result, after Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing entered, they were immediately enveloped by the crowd's gaze that was as if they were looking at a rare animal. Chen Xiang could sense that the people here were not weak. They were all extremely strong. He took a look at the sky above this place and saw that there was actually a bright and beautiful sunlight and a blue sky above. However, they were also trapped inside. They could not leave unless they obtained the Danji. Oh, D mystery. This is a foreign human. It wasn't that powerful. Especially that guy. He looks pretty good. But why doesn't he give off a strong feeling? An elder stared at Chen Xiang and asked curiously, "Could it be that the humans outside are getting weaker and weaker? Is there a growing shortage of resources?" Chen Xiang had hidden most of his presence at this time, so he looked weak. He did not mind this point, as he had come here to search for the Danji. Oh, D mystery. Until now, Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing had not seen the black shadow outside. When they came to this small town, they had a strange feeling being surrounded and watched. C 2992. C 2992. Sun Lingxing looked around, pulled Chen Xiang along, and quickly walked through the crowd towards the front. At the end of the street, there was a forest. There did not seem to be any buildings, and the people here all looked unfriendly, so Sun Lingxing did not wish to be watched by them for too long. These guys are sitting in the well, watching the sky. After Sun Lingxing brought Chen Xiang into the forest, he humphed lowly. It's just that they don't have the experience. No wonder they were trapped in this place their entire lives. And it definitely won't be long before we can leave. Sun Lingxing seemed to be very confident about this. "Do you have any leads?" Sun Lingxing asked. "Do you feel that this place is strange?" "No." Chen Xiang shook his head. "After I came here, I just felt that the people here were all very strong, and most of them could concoct pills. They all had a faint smell of medicinal herbs, and every family had a medicinal field. When Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing were walking down the street, he saw that the houses inside were all around the same size. Even though there was a wall, he had released a few heaven-devouring ratas to check and found that there were many fields of medicine inside the wall. I wonder what their alchemy standard is," Chen Xiang said. "I keep having the feeling that everyone here should know a little about Danjiu mystery. It's just that it's not the most complete copy of Myriad Tao Danjiu. The people inside were all the disciples and juniors of the Myriad Tao Danjiu." He was sure that the Myriad Tao Danji, D had definitely said them down to his disciples, and that his disciples had definitely said them down to his juniors or descendants. Then what exactly is inside the Danji? D mystery. If everyone here knows, why can't he leave this place? Sun Lingxing asked. As for what kind of comprehension it is, I'm not too clear. In short, it's extremely important because not everyone can comprehend the Tao of alchemy, especially the kind of comprehension that Myriad Tao Danji, D has towards the end of the Tao. Yun Che's eyes narrowed. Chen Xiang said, "That should be the Real Danji, D mystery. How can I find it?" Sun Lingxing did not know much about refining pills, But seeing that Qinxiang had mentioned such a profound thing, she suddenly felt that Qinxiang was very powerful. I don't think there's a need to look for it, but rather I should know how to obtain it. Qinxiang laughed. All we need to do is to find out where Myriad Tao Danji OD is located. We just don't know where he is buried. You mean it's on Myriad Tao Danji OD? Sun Lingxing saw that there were clues and secretly rejoiced in his heart. This way, they wouldn't have to stay here for too long. It should be the Danji. Oh, the mystery is so important, so it must be him. Qinxiang said, Now we will go and find out if there are any other clues regarding the Myriad Tao pill. Sun Lingxing nodded. Let's go to the small town to take a look. Qinxiang and Chenxiang came to the little town. Because they were strangers, many people left them and did not dare to approach them. Furthermore, most of the people here were very cold and indifferent, unwilling to approach them. Sun Lingxing took the initiative to approach the few of them, but those people immediately avoided them or said nothing at all. Qinxiang himself did not try to do so, let alone a beautiful woman like Sun Lingxing. These guys! Seeing that the entire street had become empty, Sun Lingxing was angry. She snorted and stomped her feet. Qinxiang laughed. Don't worry, there will definitely be a way. As long as these guys are still human, then they have a weakness. We just need to use a little trick to solve it. What can you do? Why didn't you say so earlier? Sun Lingxing scoffed. The reason why these people treat us like this is mainly because we are unfamiliar with them. They also think that we are very weak and can't bring them any benefits. They are all very arrogant. After all, they are the disciples and grandchildren of the Myriad Tao Danjiodi. Qinxiang laughed. To deal with such a person, the best way is to tempt him. This is a very useful method in many situations. What can you use to tempt them? The Tao crystal? They do not seem to need it, and this place is extremely strange. Their house has a huge array inside that can gather a large amount of Myriad Tao's power, allowing them to grow medicinal herbs. They do not need Tao crystal as the energy source for the formation. Sun Lingxing had thought about it before, but felt that it wouldn't work because they didn't have enough profits to move the hearts of the people here. Sun Lingxing sighed lightly. They do indeed have the right to be proud. After all, they are all descendants of the Myriad Tao Danjodi, have unparalleled pill techniques, and have a large number of precious herbs. The heaven-defying formation that has already planted the herbs basically doesn't lack anything. Although the people here all look very strong, but there aren't many in their world-defying stage, and most of them are just at the peak of the venerable ancestor later stage. Qinxiang said, There might be a portion that has the strength of the divine body venerable ancestor, but most of the people here are not far from the venerable ancestor later stage outside. Qinxiang said, So they did not have any pellet that would allow them to step into the world-defying stage. Do you really have one? Sun Lingxing knew that there was a world-defying stage girl in Qinxiang's Yuyao Mountain Villa, and she did not ask about the relations. H.I. plus P between the girls and Qinxiang. Hearing Qinxiang's tone now, she suddenly felt that the woman was able to step into the world-defying stage as if she had eaten his divine pellet to achieve a breakthrough. Yes, but it will take a lot. I only need a few pills, and it will be enough for us to know what we want to know. Right now, we only need to find someone who has a better attitude. Qinxiang said, Let's continue wandering around here. Sun Lingxing did not think that it would actually exist, and this made her suddenly moved. She wanted to enter world-defying stage as well, because she wasn't very confident that she would be able to recover the strength of her previous life. All right. Sun Lingxing nodded, knowing that Qinxiang could concoct pills to allow people to enter world-defying stage. She immediately felt reverence towards him, and the way she looked at him was a little different. After strolling around for a long time, they finally met an old man who was walking very slowly. This old man had a head full of white hair, and although there were only a few wrinkles on his face, he gave off a very old feeling. There was no light in the old man's eyes. It was gray in color, as if the flames of his life had burned to the end. Thus, even though he knew that Chen Xiang and Qin Xiang were outsiders, he did not have any other emotions. No matter how arrogant he was, no matter how strong he was currently just an old man whose lifespan was about to run out. On the other hand, Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing were two youths with vigorous lives, so how could he dare to look down on them? c. 2993. c. 2993 Qin Xiang felt that even if he did not gift the heaven and earth infinite Dan to the old man would have told them many things. When they saw this old man, their reactions were the same as when they saw Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing. Their faces were filled with disgust and disgust. After all, this old man was about to die. To them, he was just a weakling, and because they could not break through, they would die of old age. "Old senior, can I come to your house for a visit?" Qin Xiang anxiously walked over and smiled and asked politely. The old man slowly raised his head, looked Qin Xiang up and down, and then slowly said, "Welcome." It could be seen how old he was right now. With a glance, one could tell that the reason why Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing were in such a predicament was because they did not understand it and wanted to ask this old fellow about it. Seeing how Chen Xiang's attitude was so good, the old man was very happy. After all, it had been a very long time since anyone was this polite to him. After which, Sun Lingxing and Sun Lingxing followed the old man to a very remote, old and worn-out hut. After Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing left the small town, many people came out to discuss. They did not think that this foreign person would actually pay attention to an old man who was about to die. The people here were strongly against the old man who was on the verge of death. Even though they knew that they would do the same in the future, they still would not approach him. The world-defying stage divine mausoleum has already opened. The old man chuckled. Looks like a new reincarnation is about to begin. It's not easy for me to live till now. I remember that I have seen myriad Tao Danji OD before, but unfortunately I have yet to comprehend his profound Danji OD mystery. The old man seemed to have seen through everything. He was no longer afraid of death. It was just that it was a pity that he was unable to comprehend the profoundness of the Danji OD mystery. If you have anything to ask, ask away. I will tell you. After all, you all have blood and flesh, and are much better than those guys. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Senior, the people of the same generation as you have left? Sun Lingxing asked. Based on my understanding of the disciples in myriad Tao Denji, they shouldn't be like this. I'm the only one left. It's also because I'm from the oldest generation and am unable to step into the world-defying stage that they look down on me so much. The old man brought up this matter with sorrow. Some of the younger generation are truly powerful to be able to step into the world-defying stage. Of course, there are only a few, and most of them have no hope of breaking through. However, she did not say it out loud. After all, she no longer had the cultivation that she had back then, so there was no use in saying it out loud. Lost in what way? Qin Xiang was very curious about this and asked immediately. He also felt that it was strange. After all these years, the Pilji clan that had such superior conditions should only have a few world-defying stages. Of course, Qin Xiang did not know how difficult it was to enter the world-defying stage, which was why he had such a thought. There were world-defying stages in the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, but not many. Although there were dragon demons, they used unorthodox methods to advance, so they could not be considered a real world-defying stage. And there were only a few forget-me divine race-s. None of them were very strong. Qin Xiang had never experienced it himself, and adding the fact that he had already refined a divine pellet, such as a heaven and earth infinite Dan, that would allow him to make a breakthrough, he would not have that kind of experience in the future. In order to not get killed by the myriad Tao, they all chose to rely on eating pills to raise their cultivation. Although this path is the right one, they went astray when they walked, which resulted in such a huge change in their personalities. The old man said, firstly, their improvement speed can be said to be extremely fast. In a short period of time, they will be able to reach the peak of the venerable ancestor later stage. So they have long looked down on old trash like me. Senior, do you know where the myriad Tao Danji, D, is buried? Chun Xiang asked. This was what he was most concerned about. When we first entered, we were told that if we were unable to find the Danji, D mystery, then we were unable to leave. That's right, we have mastered Danji, D mystery, but we are not able to master the most important part. It requires us to comprehend it first. The old man said, only a few that have comprehended a little will be able to make a huge progress during pill refining. Then, through consuming the pills that they concoct, they will be able to step into the world-defying stage. Oh, doesn't that mean someone can refine a divine pill to allow someone to enter the world-defying stage? Chun Xiang was shocked and anxiously asked. Yes, but that requires a lot. They would definitely not refine it for an old piece of trash like me. The old man shook his head. Of course, even their loved ones would not be able to eat their pills. They are all very selfish people. The moment they enter the world-defying stage, they would immediately break away from their loved ones. If not, they would have to refine a large number of pills for their loved ones to break through, which would take many years and a lot of energy. Seeing the old man's current expression, Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing could guess that this old man had definitely experienced something like this before. My son has entered the world-defying stage. The elder let out a long sigh. It has been many years since I last saw him. He would rather cultivate other youngsters than pay attention to me. The old man looked at Chen Xiang and said, You want to go to the myriad Tao Danji, D's mausoleum? You want to learn Danji, D mystery? Chun Xiang nodded. I'll pass the Danji, D mystery to you now. The old man took out a book and said, The Danji, D mystery are already inside. After you learn it, I'll bring you to see myriad Tao Danji, D's tomb. Chun Xiang took the Danji, D mystery, and looked at it and could not help but frown. The mental cultivation method and the myriad Tao divine arts actually had some similarities, but there were also many differences, some even going in the opposite direction. Senior, this is your little gift that I express my thanks to. See if it's useful or not. Chan Xiang had already obtained the Danji, D mystery, and he felt that it was very useful to him. So he gave 10 heaven and earth infinite Dan to the old man. The heaven and earth infinite Dan was given to him by the half-ghost old man. It was a unique inheritance within the myriad Tao mausoleum. Even to this day, he did not know who the half-ghost old man was, but he still felt that it was extremely mysterious. Of course, there was also his world-defying D Fire S, which were also extremely terrifying existences. Even Sun Lingxing, the myriad star Des, found it hard to believe that Chun Xiang could actually learn to use these flames. What pill is this? After all, the old man had been concocting pills for many years. Lust. The spirit Tao pill had been around for many years. He knew that the heaven and earth infinite Dan was different from the others when he saw it, and his hands could not help but tremble a little. C. 2994. C. 2990 for the quality of the heaven and earth infinite Dan that Chun Xiang refined was very high. He had used the crash method to refine multiple times, and the crash method was something that he comprehended by himself. No one else knew. Refining heaven and earth infinite Dan was still very difficult, and Chun Xiang only succeeded because he knew many different methods. Senior, try and see if this will help you right now. Chun Xiang laughed. The old man is a good person. He told them so many things and even brought them to the myriad Tao Danji, D's mausoleum. He is very different from the cold and detached people here. It will definitely be useful. The old man seemed to be able to tell at a glance how much the heaven and earth infinite Dan had helped him. At this time, Sun Lingxing was also very curious about whether this kind of pellet was really useful. She tugged at Chun Xiang's sleeve and said softly, Give me one too, I want to give it a try. When Sun Lingxing took one out and held it in her hand, she indeed felt that it was different from the rest, because the quality of this pellet was very high, It was vastly different from the pellets she had seen before, especially when she felt the vast and boundless energy within the heaven and earth infinite Dan. She couldn't help but be shocked, as if she was holding a ball of pure energy in her hand. Now she understood why the old man was so sure that this pill would work on him. Sun Lingxing felt the same way. After she ate it, she very quickly felt the greatest benefit of this pill, especially not long after she ate it. This pill released a very strong burst of myriad Tao energy that was Nori's. H.I. plusing her body and the divine sense C. The heaven and earth infinite Dan had been refined using many crash techniques and had already developed a spirit G. OD. So after eating it, it would quickly refine itself. There was no need for him to refine it himself. All he needed to do was to guide the energy himself. He really is powerful. Sun Lingxing could not help but exclaim in surprise. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand why such a profound and vigorous myriad Tao's power would be contained inside a tiny pellet. She was very sure that if there were enough of these heaven and earth infinite Dan, she would be able to break through to world-defying stage. Senior, we just want to go take a look at that mausoleum. Can we go now? Qin Xiang asked. He had only obtained the Danji. Oh, D mystery. He had not gone to learn it. Qin Xiang planned to go to the mausoleum, first to see if he could find the legacies left behind by the myriad Tao Danji OD, and if he could obtain the myriad Tao Danji OD's insights into the Danji OD mystery. If he could obtain it, then he would learn the Danji OD mystery again with twice the results and half the effort. Of course you can, but you will have to wait for 2 days. The old man said in a deep voice, recently, there have been some fellows inspecting the place. They want to find something inside as well. We should be leaving in 2 days. Qin Xiang felt it was a little strange and asked, why would there suddenly be people going there? After all, you have been here for so long. You must have already searched for it. The elder shook his head. No, that place has already become extremely dilapidated. However, no one has ever been able to find anything there before. This is the old ancestors' mausoleum, but in order to have a breakthrough, everyone almost did not dig the mausoleum. Fortunately, the mausoleum itself also has a defensive formation, or else it would really have been dug out. To think that something like this would happen. Isn't this too disrespectful to the old ancestor? Sun Lingxing was very surprised. She thought that the people here would wars. H.I. plus P the myriad Tao Danji. OD very much. Sigh. That's how those guys are. In order to achieve their goals, no matter what methods they use, myriad Tao Danji. D is indeed worthy of respect, but in the eyes of many people they are just corpses. To be able to find something useful to them from his mausoleum would make them happy. The old man shook his head helplessly. After that, Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing chatted with the old man for a while longer. Sun Lingxing asked Su about the things related to the myriad Tao mausoleum. Although she knew a little about it, she still had some things that she did not know about, especially some things related to the myriad Tao Danjodi. The old man's name was Feng Haoyun. He was the oldest person here. He did not have much lifespan left. But now, Qin Xiang had given him some heaven and earth infinite Dan, which made him extremely happy, because he felt that he had hope. Once he broke through, he would be able to live for a longer time, and might even continue to break through in the future. There were still 2 days before he could go to myriad Tao Danji. D's mausoleum, and Feng Haoyun had also eaten his heaven and earth infinite Danas in these 2 days. He had only eaten 2 pellets, and after cultivating for 2 days, he walked out of the room with great vigor. We can start now. I hope we don't run into those guys. Feng Haoyun seemed to really hate those fellows, and the people he spoke of were just a small force that belonged to his son. His son was able to break through to world-defying stage and even accepted many disciples. Of course, he didn't take those people as true disciples. He only accepted them to help him with his work, and he didn't usually guide them. When Feng Haoyun brought Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing out the door, he saw a few black-clothed men blocking their way. They had their arms crossed and fierce expressions on their faces. They were all very strong, and when they were facing them, Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing felt like they were facing divine body venerable ancestor. So when they saw them, they immediately became alert. "Geezer, you took these two in?" a leading black-clothed man asked. From the tone of his voice, it was obvious that these people were very arrogant. "Yes, they are all my friends. I let them stay in my SHI plus TTY house for the time being. Is that all right?" Fang Haoyun said he was also a bit worried that these people were here to cause trouble, but he was not afraid if they were to make things difficult for Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing. Even if he had to put his life on the line, he would not let them off. Fang Haoyun had already told Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing before that he originally had the largest mansion here, but because he was growing older, more and more people began to despise him, and then chased him out of that largest mansion. That house was currently occupied by his son. Back then, when Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing heard that he had a son, they were extremely angry. His son was now in the world-defying stage, and was one of the few strong warriors there. The people in front of him also seemed like his sons. Apart from his son, no one else would dare to come and cause trouble for him. This was truly ironic. It's nothing. As long as they live in this town, they will have to pay us to settle down. What do they have in their hands? If not, then come with us and be our slave for 1,000 years to make up for it. The black-clothed man's voice was extremely severe, but when he looked at Sun Lingxing, his eyes were filled with anger. "Lust evil," Qin Xiang said coldly. "Why would you want us to be your slaves?"